Camera is on. Recording start.
All right. Okay, we will call the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. I would like to welcome council to the meeting. I understand that the last meeting was finished at about 11:30 weeks ago. Probably today's agenda will take us to around 2 o'clock, depending on the additions to the agenda. Welcome to administration, the public and any media attending online. We will start with item number 2, adoption of the agenda. And starting with Councillor Naka, do you have any additions to the agenda?
I have one item for the closed session, section 19. Words are harmful for business interests of a third party. And that's the only item for me.
Section 19.
Yep.
Christiane, what's that new act called now? It's not FOIP anymore, it's
No, it's
TOIP.
ATIA. You have that on your desk. Access to information.
Also, not because they're a general criminal and possibly carrying that one. And it doesn't expose the content of discussion.
The enforcement matter, right?
Yeah, enforcement / communication.
Anything else?
No. That's 6-4.
No, that would be 13.3.
Yeah.
You wanted a camera, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Deputy Reed,
Now, with me, very good.
Councillor Witt,
Sir.
Councillor Willis.
Yeah, I got two. One is church tours in the county.
It's 4.
Seven, 9. And the other one?
The other one is on the fire and taxes.
The 7, yeah. Anything else? No. Yeah, I have one item to add on to the closed session. 13.4. Not sure what to call this.
Notification.
Notification. Good plan. And that would fall under section 26 of the ATIA Act. And we'll move over to administration.
Mr. Reed, on item 7.5, we had a topic with Dennis, so we now have we will have doubts, so that's not an addition, just advise you. We have an item called disposal of assets, which we would add to business.
That would be 7-11.
And we have a correspondence item from the Elk Island Public School.
So that would fall under 11.5.
Or the last one, sorry.
A correspondence item from the Elk Island schools. All right. There's no further additions. I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as amended.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. And we'll move on to item number 3.1, adoption of the June 10th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes. Council had the opportunity to review them. Any errors or omissions?
The Lamont County Council adopts the June 10th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried 5-0. We have no public hearing scheduled for today. We do have a delegation, however, the delegation appear until 9:45, that'll be virtually, so no matter where we're at in the agenda, we'll have to recess that particular item and move on to the delegation. Move on to item number 6, bylaws, 6.1, schedule of fees, bylaw 892.25. Peter?
Mr. Reed, this matter was on the last council meeting. It received first and second reading, but did not receive unanimous consent. Therefore, it's back today for the third reading. These are adjustments done as emerging from discussions at budget time that were overlooked when this bylaw was last approved. Go ahead, Mr. Boyko.
Yes, Mr. Kanowski. So, this item starts on page 14. There are no changes since the last meeting, with the exception of, page 23, change from per hectare to per acre, which was a grammatical typo in the last one. So, no other changes to the agenda item. Available for questions if there is any.
Council, any comments?
Yeah, page 23, very bottom, there's red highlighted.
Again, it does not change from the last meeting that was there last year, or last meetings.
And that's why I voted no on the reading, first and second reading.
Is there a question that you'd like to ask, or can you just express it here as the board meets it?
I'm not voting while that's on there. I'm not voting for.
Do you have a particular concern with that?
Yeah, and then things can be changed, and there was a couple things brought up on other policies and stuff, and then I questioned how it got on there, and they said you voted for it, and then it turned around and it did me personally, my thinking the ratepayers. So I'm not in favor of that.
Mr. Reed, surely the counselor is suggesting that staff are revise the bylaws without council.
I'm not accusing nobody of nothing, except for the fact. It was presented to us, but I never caught it. And then after, it said, well, you voted for it, so I'm not voting for this.
So essentially what the clause says is there's anything not included on page 23 that a fee can be applied at the discretion of the planning and development officer, right?
That's right, actually, only from the director, not from the development officer, so I would be the only one that would be able to do it. And this is just for anything that isn't in the fee bylaw already, so if there's a fee in here, I can't just change it willy-nilly, it's only for things that we haven't identified, which happened last year, and so that prompted us to put this in here in order to move our business processes along, should there be something that someone requests that we haven't had the forethought to think of a fee for, that's all.
So let's let our business process, and we can serve customers.
That's right.
Once again, if somebody's unhappy with the fee, they can challenge it. With the delegation to council. And if we're not comfortable with scribing the fee, then we certainly come to council and look for authorization. So the alternatives are to approve this as it is or to remove that. We're doing this to be responsive to applicants.
So we have a meeting every 2 weeks, so what have we used before, I think, council, right?
We haven't encountered the situation too often where there's somebody who asks for something where we don't have a fee. But we have in the last 12 months, and that's why this is.
Okay, so can you just clarify what that item was so everybody's aware?
Yeah,
Is
so,
it the cancellation?
yeah, so it was a subdivision cancellation. I think the last one we got was over 10 years ago and we didn't have a fee on the books. I let the gentleman know that we would have to adopt a fee, for him to make the application, and then he didn't come forward with that application. At the next budget cycle, I reviewed the fees and we came to council and we added that fee in, and so if we do get that request again, it's now been dealt with, and we would do that every year that something else pops up that we haven't thought of. Again, sometimes things happen every 20 years and we just don't know, and that's what it's dealing with, but honestly, it's not a hill to die on for administration. We're just trying to be more proactive for applicants.
So that was the fee for the cancellation of a subdivision.
Yeah, that's right, and that requires a bylaw and 3 readings by council, and so we have set that fee as of, I think, January it was adopted, so it isn't here now.
Okay, so is council prepared to proceed with third reading and vote on the third reading, or? No, put the motion on the board.
I move that the Lamont County Council give third and final reading to bylaw 892.25, being the bylaw to set the fees for services, information, applications, or appeals provided to the public.
Any questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, those in favor?
We have a recorded vote, please.
Councilor Knuckles?
In favor.
Deputy Reed?
Yes, let's see.
Oh, or Council Wade, is that in favor?
I'm not in favor with that line on page 23.
Please voting against the bylaw. Okay, and I'm in favor. So that motion is carried 4-1 on a recorded vote. Okay, moving on to bylaw 6.2, 886.25 to amend land use bylaw 848.22.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. We are on page 33 of your agenda package. First reading was provided to this bylaw May 13th. Public hearing was held on May 27th. This is now coming back for your approval. Go ahead, Ms. Earl.
So the land use bylaw was adopted initially in April 2024. And as identified in the triennial report, Planning and Community Services are bringing forward a land use bylaw amendment to clean up some of the minor errors and to address legislation that has been adopted where there's been some interest by our ratepayers. So the proposed amendments in the attached bylaw include around there's about 5 different areas that it addresses. The first is changes to provincial legislation, where there have been some new opportunities for on-farm slaughter through the Meat Inspection Act. So amendments through the bylaw will include allowing the use in land use districts where extensive agriculture is permitted, and also introducing definitions, just for clarity around the license types through the province, and also to separate on-farm slaughter from commercial abattoir uses that are already allowed in the land use bylaw. The second area that is being addressed is to provide some clarity around outdoor storage, both as a primary and an accessory use. So that we've been working with a couple of businesses in the last year where there's been some confusion, and so we're providing some clarity around outdoor storage. The third area is fire safety plans. We do have a requirement for fire safety plans already in our industrial area. However, it actually came up during an audit of our fire safety services, that we really should be applying it to all new development. And so we have provided an example of a simple fire safety plan in the report, to kind of give you a bit of understanding of what we're asking for and for simple permits. And so typically what we would do is this would be handled as part of the building permit process. However, the collection has not been as consistent as we'd liked, and so we're moving that into the development permit process. The fourth area is improved mapping. So with our new GIS specialist, we had the opportunity to improve the maps that are in the land use bylaw. So we're removing the older map set and swapping it out with an easier to read map set. And we thank Nicholas, our GIS specialist, for his help with that. And lastly, we're addressing some minor errors. So there have been a couple of issues that we've actually identified in the past year. There's a couple of corrections around recreation facility and recreation development sections of the bylaw. We've also changed some minor wording, such as touring campground is being switched to tourist campground, which is used throughout the bylaw. And lastly, there's an existing notation for a heavy industrial use that has been moved from the agriculture to the Heartland Agricultural Industrial District, as it is located in the wrong district and needs to be in conformance with the districting that's shown in the land use district maps. We did have a duly advertised public hearing on May 27th, and there were 2 stakeholders that commented at the public hearing. Written comments were received and are attached to the report today, along with responses by administration. There are no changes being proposed to the bylaw as a result of the stakeholder comments, as the majority of the issues raised were unrelated to the bylaw at hand. That concludes staff's presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, clarifying questions at this time.
Council, have any questions?
And I believe Councilor Boygus was not at the public hearing. I mentioned that.
You'll have to abstain from voting, Councilor Ways.
Yeah, where are the rules on that? Can I get a copy of it, please?
You're unable to vote and you're unable.
Yeah, but I can comment on this.
You're unable to influence.
I can't comment.
Can we verify that 13,194 is that, I know we discussed, but the heavy industrial may include outdoor storage?
Yes, and so what was the question about that?
So when we talked about it, it didn't include like lay down yards or anything like that, right?
So heavy industrial, the change that's being proposed in this case is that when you read medium industrial, it's very clear about outdoor storage. Similarly with light industrial, it says light industrial outdoor storage is not allowed, so everything has to be in the building and light. In medium, you can move things out of the building. And then in heavy industrial, it's just silent to it. And so whenever you speak to it in 2 different uses, you should speak to it in the third, so it's just providing that clarity that outdoor storage is allowed in the heavy industrial. Similar to how it is already in the medium industrial, yeah.
So moving that one piece of property, have you had any conversation with the adjacent landowners as to what you're doing and why you're doing it?
We provided notification per the bylaw, and they did come and speak at the public hearing to that point. They did not contact me directly despite my information being in the advertisement. And actually, the adjacent neighbor did not come to the public hearing, the person 800 meters away. They didn't speak at the public hearing. But this is to correct an error in the bylaw, because you cannot put information in one district when it's speaking to land in a different district. And
Well, I
so,
get that.
yeah.
We had the workshop, but
Yeah.
I'm just, the other people didn't have the workshop.
I don't have their information to call them, so they had every opportunity to contact me and they did not.
Any other questions or comments?
If not, someone prepared to put a motion on the table for second reading?
Do we want to approve, vote on the rest of them and leave that one item out for just giving the explanation to those people? That's my only concern.
Is it not adequate to provide the explanation? You participate in the public hearing, you have their opportunity.
And it-
Council support the change is the question.
And the explanation was provided in the first reading report and in the second, and in the public hearing report. Like we've provided the explanation over and over as to how the issue occurred, that it's an error. It has to actually be in the other district in order to affect the use. It means nothing in its current district, so. I think we've been very clear, and so you would like to have another bylaw created and another public hearing? Is what you're asking? Because you can't have two public hearings on the same bylaw.
Heard about this before, you've explained that we had to do a bit of a workshop to get it. That was just the area of concern that I have. I guess everyone else can speak for themselves.
Do we, and this is just because I don't understand, do we, so. If we vote to go to second and then third and final, and it changes it from. 8.22 to 8.8625. That we don't have to do another, like we changed the whole, we're changing a whole. Reading, like a whole bylaw number.
Well,
So
yeah, it
it's
would
just
amend the
amended,
bylaw.
that's all it is, it's not any changes, like. Just make sure we go through the right process, we're not going to, base it on in this one.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you with the walking.
Sorry, like, I just don't wanna have where we get. Called back a bunch of times just because we didn't do it the right process, like, we're not changing the whole thing, we're just making an amendment, right? That's it.
Yeah, so we are amending,
It was read.
there's an existing land use description in one district that is moving to the other district because that's what the existing zoning already is for that land. And it's an error between those two districts that was created at first reading when the first bylaw was adopted that we missed. The only way, the neighbors could request a judicial review at court, as anybody could, but that's but other than that, it would just be fixing this one error. I have, as you can see in our respondents, we do believe that we've met all the requirements of the bylaw, and so we would be able to provide those comments to court if it came up.
Okay, no, and all I was just checking is that I know we had to go through the land or the. Open house and everything for everybody to be there for land use bylaw and now we're changing to another number for that bylaw. I was just wondering, making sure we don't have to.
Oh, no.
cross
Actually,
our bases.
it's still the same bylaw, it'll still be 848.22. It's just making the little changes and then it'll all be consolidated in still as 848.22. So we're not doing a big massive rewrite, it's just making the little
Just
amendments.
just
Yeah.
amend.
Yeah.
Just for clarification, Councilor Wig, the amendment is bylaw 886.25.
Yeah.
And what that is doing, it appears on page 37 and 38, so it identifies the sections of the land use bylaw, which is 848.22, which we're amending. So.
Yeah, but if you read it on the back, like on your recommendations, it says that we're changing. To give second reading to bylaw 88625 to amend. The 848.22, so it sounds like you're changing the whole bylaw, not just the amendments in it. Like, it sounds like you're changing the whole.
You apply amendments.
Okay.
The current bylaw stays as it is, and the amendments are made to that.
I'm just trying to make sure that it's clear for everybody that, you know, that's what it is.
In the fullness of time, Ms. Irving may do a consolidation that ensures that it's all reflected in one month. That's something that's a month. Procedurally, this is correct. Councillor Woitas, we have from you the articles in the MGA.
Yeah, can you first of all for me? Can I ask one question? Not really.
Not supposed to influence the vote.
Well, with before the hearing, when it was first presented to us, there was 3 things we were dealing with on amendments. When it first came, was all these changes presented at the hearing?
Yes.
Yeah, this has been the same bylaw from first reading. We have not made a single change from first reading.
The package we have today is pretty much the same package we got back in June 10th. May 27th.
May 27th was the public hearing. This is May 13th. We actually provided it first. Yeah, so it's been around for a while.
Okay, any other questions or concerns? Somebody want to put a motion to provide second reading?
And move that the Lamont County Council give second reading to bylaw 886.25 to amend the Lamont County Land Use Bylaw 84822.
Okay, any further questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Vote in favor. Carried 4-0. And I will put a motion on the table that Lamont County Council give third and final readings to bylaw 886.25. Any questions or concerns? Debate? Seeing none? All those in favor? It's carried 4-0. Okay, we'll move on to item 6.3. Municipal
Please, leave, the delegations already there if you want to. Okay. You're great.
All right. Okay, then. We'll go signing and development on hold for a little bit or. All right, do you want to get them on the line here?
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, do we have Cliff and Dave online or just one of you here?
It'll just be myself today. So I am Cliff Pybus with the Orphan Wall Association, Land Stakeholder Coordinator. Unfortunately, Dave is unable to attend this morning due to a double booking.
Okay.
You're stuck with me.
Well, the June 24th Lamont County Council meeting, Cliff. Normally how we handle a delegation is we give you 10 or 15 minutes to make your presentation, and after that, we open the floor for council to ask questions of you. So if you have a presentation for us or whatever, I guess you can commence.
Sure. Now I submitted the presentation yesterday to Kirsty Ann. Will that be brought up to you, or should I be trying to share it off my end?
Sure.
I have.
There it is. Perfect. Thanks so much. Okay, so oh,
Sorry. Oh.
is it still showing up on your end?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So again, yeah, thank you for your time this morning. It's Cliff Pybus, Land Stakeholder Coordinator with the Orphan Well Association. I'm sure you've seen our signs as you're driving through the county as well as through the province of Alberta. I'm sure you've heard a lot about some of the work that we do. If we go to the next slide here, we'll briefly talk about what an orphan is and exactly what the Orphan Well Association does. We'll visit OWA inventory, some of the implication of road use bonds on OWA work, and then hopefully we'll have some time for questions here. So the mandate of the Orphan Well Association is to decommission orphan oil and gas infrastructure and to reclaim the land similar to its original state in a safe, principled, and cost-efficient manner. Next slide, please. It's important to recognize that the Orphan Well Association is a non-profit organization. We are not a government organization, but we do operate it under the delegated authority of the Alberta Energy Regulator. The regulator is an arm's reach organization that operates under the government of Alberta. The Orphan Fund Delegated Administration Regulation, OFDAR, as well as the Oil and Gas Conservation Acts govern our existence. Financially and legally, we are separate from the AER. Primarily, we are funded by the oil and gas industry in Alberta through Orphan Levy. Next slide, please. We have the legal authority to access on any private or public lands to perform closure work on orphan infrastructure as per the various pieces of legislation. For abandonment, which is the decommissioning work for pipelines, facilities, and downhole work on the wells, we have the access under Section 101 of the Oil and Gas Conservation Act. This gives us the entry on the land. To complete remediation and reclamation, we have access under Section 250 of the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act. This gives us right of entry, and it also implicates the environmental protection orders. The delegated authority grants the OWA the ability to complete closure work on orphan sites, but does not grant the OWA to act as or take on the responsibilities of the defunct licensee. We are strictly in the business of closing these sites to return this land back to a productive state for your stakeholders. An orphan is a well, facility, pipeline, or associated site with no legally responsible or financially viable party. Officially, this is a regulatory designation that is determined by the AER after thorough review and only after the insolvency proceedings of that defunct licensee occur. So the sites are, there's a court hearing to determine whether the company's viable. They'll usually go through a sales process, and whatever's left ends up coming to the Orphan Well Association for closure. Next slide, please. As of June 1st, 2025, we can see that the sites in our fund have been growing. We've got 4,635 sites to be decommissioned currently, as well as reclaimed later. This includes 3,873 single wellbores. As of today, there's 8,153 sites to be reclaimed throughout the province of Alberta. And from this chart, you can generally see that the inventory has been increasing as the oil and gas industry has started to slide downwards. Next slide, please. In Lamont County specifically, we have seen a significant increase in liability due to the recent orphaning of the Sequoia assets as well as others. Currently, we have 241 unique surface locations. This is both wells and facilities. This represents $10.8 million in facility and well abandonment liabilities. So this is removing the infrastructure and plugging our wells down hole, as well as $15.5 million in environmental liabilities. This includes your remediation estimates, your reclamation costs, all of your detailed site assessments. Now that 15.5 could grow if we find that there's more potential remediation that needs to be done on site. There's also 228 pipeline segments. These cross through quarters, through sections, connecting all of these wells to various distribution points to get those resources to market. This represents $1.2 million in pipeline decommissioning liabilities. All told, really ballpark estimate is $27.5 million of liability that the Orphan Well Association is going to clean up on lands in Lamont County. Next slide, please. These surface locations represented adverse impact to the landowners in Lamont County until a reclamation certificate's achieved. The average well site, if you factor in 100 by 100 meters, approximately 2.5 acres. When you factor in your access roads, about 3 acres of impact, including access roads per location. You do the simple math, 723 acres of land that can't be farmed or developed in Lamont County until the OWA finishes this closure work. And this isn't including pipelines and pipeline riser sites. This is strictly related to wells and facilities and a very high level estimate. Again, this is 723 acres of land that will likely face weed control issues until late stage reclamation. Typically, the Orphan Well Association is not responsible for the weed control until that point where we're at the stages of reclamation. There's also 723 acres of land that will likely be affected with issues of trespass. We all know that people are coming onto land and accessing facility sites trying to strip copper. And there's heightened security issues surrounding that stuff. We do what we can, but at the same token, unless we can clean these sites up, the problem's only going to get worse. Next slide, please. Again, the OWA has the legal right of access, and the OWA is a not-for-profit. Traditionally in Alberta, we've worked with counties, we've worked with forestry agencies, we work with municipalities to enable the OWA to focus on directing funds to cleanup efforts. If we dedicate the money to road bonds rather than closure work, it will slow the pace at which the OWA will complete that work in your county. In terms of a financial implication under the current road bond regime, in our recent dialogues with the county officers, the current rate is $10,000 per kilometer of road used. Conservative estimate, if we're using 5 kilometers of county roads for the work phases for each site, times 241 locations at 10K, we're looking at over $12 million in road bonds potentially to complete the road work to restore the lands of your residents to a productive state. This represents 44% of the total closure cost and could trigger a 44% reduction of expenditures to the field work in your county. And would just have to drag this closure costs through multiple years as opposed to getting in there and getting this work done expediently. Now, what we'd like to see going forward, the OWA, as always, commits to work with the counties to ensure prime contractors do not damage the roads. We have a pretty good track record. I mean, there's always a risk that we would have an issue, but we've always shown that we will repair any damages that are caused and endeavor to prevent those damages from occurring. We will work with counties to conduct pre and post work inspections on road conditions. We do this with other counties and it's worked quite well. The OWA will always repair any damages caused during work phases at the exclusive expense of the OWA. Ultimately, the OWA would like to work towards a framework with your county and the elimination of road bonds on county roads. In consideration of the fact that the OWA has a legal right of access, is a not-for-profit, and is working to move the lands of your residents to a productive state. We can't do this if every time we turn around it's a $10,000 road bond. We'll just start moving towards counties where we have less friction and we can more expediently put our money to work. To summarize, again, the tradition of Alberta is not charging OWA road use. This is oil and gas companies that don't, forestry companies don't, and many counties don't. Road use bonds, fees, and levies will slow the pace of closure work in your county. The OWA will always work with counties and repair or pay for any damages that we cause. The OWA at the end of the day is not the licensee. We are not subject to the same responsibilities and obligations that a licensee would be responsible for. We're not for profit. We're not doing this to make money. We're doing this under the delegated authority of the AER to clean up these assets when there's nobody else to do so. And at the end of the day, as orphan inventories increase, the OWA focuses efforts on increasing program efficiency. This may include focusing on our completing closure work in regions where expenditures can be focused directly on closure work to maximize closure outcomes. With that, I just ask you to reconsider the $10,000 per kilometer road bonds that you've been directing towards us. And if there's any questions, please feel free to ask and we can address them today.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Cliff. Council, any questions for Cliff?
The timeline of how long would it take you to reclaim these 241 sites?
So a lot of it depends on how much remediation has to be done. But in terms of a regular standard well where we run into minimal efforts, you're looking at 1 season to abandon the well. Once the abandonment occurs, you're looking at maybe, by the time we get the rig out, you're looking at, anywhere from 2 to 5 days on site with the rig, service rigs or coil rigs or a drilling rig in some cases. We do the cement work. Then we do the phase 1 environmental assessment, which tells us exactly what we have to do on site for remediation and reclamation. Typical reclamation, if there's no remediation meaning excavating contaminated soils. Typical reclamation could be as short as 3 years. When you factor in remediation, if you've got to do a large scale excavation to remove contaminated soils, you could be there for multiple growing seasons. Could be, anywhere from 3 to 5 years additionally on that forecast. So while we don't like to give definitive timeframes, a reasonably safe estimate is 3 to 5 years if there's no issues on site, and you could be looking at an additional 3 years if you have to remediate.
what kind or amount of traffic would be coming to these well sites, but
Sorry, can you please repeat the question? I couldn't quite hear you.
what type of traffic would be coming to these well sites as part of the reclamation process?
Yeah, so typically you're looking at if you're doing remediation, so excavation, you would be looking at tandem trucks. I mean, they can work with counties as well to try to get it down to single dump trucks and things like that. But you do need heavy yellow iron when you're doing the remediation and contouring phase. Those are the most intensive stages of the project. When you're doing typical like facility decommissioning and pipeline decommissioning, typically you're able to stay under road weight. Some service rigs and single rigs, you'd be under road weight, but if you got into a situation where you do need to do a more complicated well abandonment, you would be operating probably closer to threshold.
And how many sites would you be reclaiming at one time?
They'll typically batch them. So if we've got so again in order we would go decommissioning. So that would be all of your surface equipment stripping, your pipeline amendments. Then you'd be doing your downhole work, and your downhole work you could be doing. They basically the project that they have earmarked for this year for the downhole work, so the well abandonment. I think they're in the ballpark of 110 sites, and they typically run about 3 rigs in that ballpark, 3 to 5 rigs in a time, and then they'd be running through that community or so your county for 2 to 3 months for the downhole work.
You have 110 in the county of Lamont. Do you want to do them next year?
Sorry?
Downhole.
The downhole work, yeah, you're in the ballpark of about 105 to 120 wells that we want to decommission this coming season.
In the county of Lamont.
That's correct.
Okay.
Have you talked to our Public Works Department regarding the road use agreements, Cliff?
Yes, we have, and that's why we were suggested that we speak with council. They indicated that they weren't going to be able to waive anything. Where this came up, there's a saltwater cabin, Rebel well, that we currently have to depressurize with quite a bit of frequency, 2 to 3 times per year, to prevent it from overpressurizing and rupturing. This is licensed to a defunct licensee. When we went to get the road use, the initial estimate was several tens of thousands of dollars for road bonds. We ended up getting, they found us an alternate route that got us down to 3. But again, they indicated that for the other sites, we would need to speak to council to discuss a relaxation on some of these road bond requirements.
You realize these are refundable, right?
Yeah, and we do understand that, but if we're talking about you know, several $1 million or even several $100,000 in road bonds that we have to pay before we can do the work, quite frankly, we're probably looking towards having to move to a different county and slow the pace in your county.
One of the things that may have been missed was that we're not asking you to pay for road use on all the roads related to all the wells that you're remediating. But what we do is we establish a bond which rolls from, say, 5 locations this month to a different 5 locations next month to yet another 5 locations the month after, for illustrative purpose. Did you understand that from your discussions with your
Yeah, it
constituents?
wasn't really explained like that. It was basically explained that we would submit the project and then they'd come up with the road bond rate. And some of the other things we can look at if there's absolutely no way to completely eliminate the road bond is that we could get like a set road bond for the beginning of the year and it just sits like a nominal road bond fee. I mean, several $100,000, we probably don't have that appetite.
So what happens to the abandoned pipelines?
Sorry?
What happens to the abandoned pipelines at these wells?
So the abandoned pipelines are picked and purged. They are cut and capped per industry standard, filled with nitrogen. And pipelines do stay in the ground.
And are
Anything on the lease, though, is pulled back to lease edge.
Okay. Council, have any other questions, things to clarify here? So in summary, Cliff, your ask is essentially either eliminate the requirement for a road bond or I guess go with a fixed amount to cover all roads.
That would be the preferred approach, and it's either the elimination in line with other counties and industry partners, or a nominal fixed amount.
Yeah. All right, I guess we'll take your request under consideration here, Cliff, and obviously we can't make a decision here and now, but somebody will get back to you with council's decision here.
Okay.
I think a couple of us do have abandoned wells on our property, so there's
Sure.
there probably definitely a need for it. But it's just amazing how many of these there are, and to hear that there's
241
sure.
that we have.
240 in Lamont County that's a huge number.
Oh yeah, it is. And it's a province-wide issue. And it does speak to a bigger issue. And there's some big companies that are on the horizon again, that we're looking at and keeping on the radar. And I mean, all we can do on our end is be proactive and expediently decommission these things before they become a problem. Because the longer they sit on properties, the longer more risks, more again going back to trespass issues, and the longer they sit, the less certainty you have for safeguarding the surrounding lands.
The majority of these wells would be natural gas, or is there some oil wells involved?
I believe that there are a few oil as well. Sequoia did have a bit of a mix, but these were wells that were previously with Perpetual. So they've got a bit of a mixed bag. A lot of them were gas wells as well, but there were definitely a few oil wells mixed in.
So do you anticipate many sites that will require remediation? Because that's where the heavy traffic can be involved. If you're moving soil in and out of a site, that's where there's gonna be a lot of traffic coming and going. To move the rig out or these buildings out and stuff, it's only a couple loads, right?
Yeah, it's not too bad. When you do they do a lot of the collapsing of the buildings and things on site as well. They'll bring the metal bins out and clean everything up that way. Bigger pieces of equipment they'll move out, but they're typically not that heavy as it is once they're cleaned and drained. We'll have a better idea of remediation requirements within the county likely towards the end of summer. There's the Sequoia stuff came to us, basically came into the inventory in March. So we're just entering our phase 1 season now. And obviously with the phase 1s, that's our first environmental assessment. They do the desktop review, check for land spraying and drilling waste disposal, as well as tanks and berms on site. One of the things we found with a lot of the Sequoia stuff is that there is a high prevalence of underground storage tanks. So there is a high likelihood that there is remediation requirements on a lot of these locations.
All right, well, thank you for taking the time to meet with us this morning, Cliff. And I would expect that probably our public works director will be getting back in touch with you here.
Okay, what kind of time frame can we expect, just so that I can relay that to the prime contractors?
Not sure about that one because we're recessing for summer here. I really can't commit to a timeline right now, Cliff. But we will try and expedite this because we know that you have work to be done here.
Okay, so I guess if it's a case of like if we don't have an answer to until the very end of summer, that's a little problematic for the program as well. I guess if there's anything that we can do to expedite it, please let me know.
All right, we can do that. All right, any more comments or? Nope, no. Any from you, Cliff?
Yeah, no, I do appreciate the time. And I understand, you know, with the roads and everything else, I do realize that you guys have done a lot of repaving and things like that. Everything, there are a lot of high grade roads through the county, but again, if we can come to even like some kind of standing road bond, at least for year one, and see how it goes, I think that would go a long way to building up the trust and confidence so that we can move forward.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So do we want to discuss this matter a little bit? We don't have any meetings in July, do we?
That's good.
Well. See, this is. Like you said, rigs are going to, they gotta remove a. Safety. Yeah. Yeah. So that doesn't take that much, not much traffic. But. The roads, when they start, I have 2 wells. And they're about a quarter mile. Into the field from the road. So. They'll have to dig out that gravel, I guess, I have no idea what you're gonna. We kind of ripped it up over the top because. They have to keep going around and around that,
Well, my understanding is if they built a road, they basically have to remove that road and replace it with top, like bring it back to the state it was before they got out there. That's kind of my understanding.
Right now, he wants to bring in the service rate to do 108, is it, or
105.
105 wells with a service rate. There's the oil company right doing the one right across the road from us. They got 6 trucks in there for the service rig and then 2 cementing trucks come in. So as far as capping the wells off, there isn't that much traffic. Later on, when they're doing the reclamation, digging the roads out, that's gonna have traffic. And they did a couple in off 195. They did them in the winter. The roads are frozen and there's no big deal. It wasn't the Orphan Well, it's oil company. Yeah. So he's asking to get the service rig in there and do 105 wells, cap them off. There isn't that much traffic with service rigs.
Or if we were to go to a fixed bond or a rotating bond. Any idea what we should be looking at?
So, you know, in Cliff's presentation, I don't think they have an appetite for maybe anything over 100,000. We referenced a couple 100,000 might be too much for them. Under a current road use agreement, 100,000 would bond 10 kilometers of road, which in his presentation would allow them access to 2 sites. We do have a rotating bond with another RUA holder Very similar situation, they go to one site and then go to the next site, the road over, as long as there's no issues, they go on. So that could be doable, you know, as, Councilor Williams has said, it's the remediation work that's gonna be the most, damage causing. I don't foresee them, starting the remediation work this year. Their primary focus this year is identifying the sites, and starting the decommissioning. If council wants to, approve the OWA, to either a set amount of 100,000, 50,000, whatever the council's comfortable with, we can work with that, or allow them to, be issued a road use agreement without a bond for, decommissioning only, for 2025. We could set up further meetings, with the OWA, and work through their schedule once they have identified all their sites and all the work needs to be done on these sites over the next number of years.
It's an important provision in the road use agreement. At any time we can withdraw it. So if we see damage being done to roads that and are concerned that we'll be able to recover on that, we would pull the permit. But obviously, we don't want to slow down remediation for ratepayers.
Well, yeah, I mean, having a well site on your property is definitely an inconvenience, and it takes away from the productivity of the land. I don't know, you said they'd be prepared to sign a road use agreement for.
So in listening to their presentation, you know, they don't have an appetite for maybe $200,000. We could propose, you know, a cap at 100,000, which under our program would protect 10 kilometers of road. This, we could allow them, you know, by maximum 100,000 for 2025. And we can work with the Orphan Wall Association, bringing post inspections, as the program proceeds through the summer. Meet with them, see how it's working, and council can review it later on this year.
Council be okay going along with something like that?
Basically, it's an Alberta government grant, they're coming to the Orphan Well Association. If we all work with them, then we're telling the Alberta government,
Yeah.
we don't want the help, and they'll say, do it yourself then.
Yeah, I would say a cap of 100,000 would be. And if that's something that they can't do, let's work with them. Especially to get a minimum of half of them done just about to kick off, right?
You're gonna have 105 out of 241.
That's a
big dump, that's a blessing for our county
Yeah,
to have that many wells abandoned.
Looking at the numbers that Cliff had presented, their average cost to decommission a site only, the 10.8 million of 241 sites is approximately 45,000 per site. So 100,000 would be a little over 2 sites.
It is refundable, right?
Yeah.
It is.
Did you not say he wants to bring 3 or 4 service rigs in? Service rigs, they move it in and a couple cementers come, there's.
up and up.
Or you got a couple tiers coming in to remove the.
Well, he said they gotta leak down the salt caverns and pressuring up the salt disposal well. That's a different story, but for service rigs and that, there's 105 they want to do. If you don't let them do it, then who's gonna do it in the county?
He said the other option was no bond.
That was the primary ask, was that Lamont County not require the OWA to provide a bond. But I think they would be agreeable to a set amount, 100,000 should allow them to proceed with their work and give the county some level of protection for our road network.
Yeah, I think in fairness to anyone else who gets a road use agreement. Like we start making exceptions and.
We get every time they compare, you don't get.
This is one situation where there is other benefits to us, to the county, to the ratepayers, the landowners. Where it's not just a private entity. There's some.
They aren't coming here to make money, they're coming here to clean up our mess and save us money, so.
The council could make a resolution to direct administration to vary from the policy and accept $100,000 bond.
Yep, that would be my recommendation.
A rolling bond.
No, not really rolling, it's kind of a fixed bond for whatever.
Be a fixed bond, there will be
that one here.
the post motion on. Would allow the Orphan Wells Association. Confirmation that they can continue their work for the 2025, we could work with them. You know, as the program proceeds and potentially ask them to come back and meet with council late in the year or early in 2026. See what went well, what's not working, and an update on the program as a whole.
Basically, Alberta gonna want to clean up 100 or abandon 105 wells.
This
In
start
the
off
county of Lamont.
a minimum of 100, but.
We should be thanking them for coming here.
Okay, so we're currently in two resolutions here, right? Both.
If you make a resolution directing action, you don't need to receive for notice. Clearly, you did receive it.
Okay, so do we have a resolution on the board there? I can't read that.
We had the word bond after 100,000. Does that work for you?
And so. You want to put the motion in wording?
Make a motion of the Lamont County Council of Direct Administration to issue a road use agreement with a fixed $100,000 bond for the Orphan Well Association for the 2025 year.
Did he indicate that they would do those 105 wells this year yet?
That was my understanding.
Yeah.
That's why it was-
105.
If they're waiting this summer, it'll be too late. They wanna get at it. The contractor's waiting or something.
Okay. You're okay with that, Darby?
Yes, I am.
Think you'll surprise them when you phone them back and.
Someday.
Probably hung up them. Anyway, any questions or concerns on the motion? If none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0.
Our delegation stayed online, so it's.
Good. Be present.
All right.
Get back for 2 minutes.
You want to recess for 5?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll recess for till 10:15.
phones are on. Cameras on. I'm recording.
All right, we'll reconvene the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting at 10:17. And we will move on to item 6.3, Municipal Planning Commission bylaw 848.24.
Mr. Reed, we are on page 83. The matter was brought to the committee of the whole on May 27th. Our council reviewed the document. I believe we provided some input as it related to membership of the Municipal Planning Commission. This is initiated on the basis of timing. The last time council reviewed the Municipal Planning Commission bylaw was in 1995. And there were some requirements both in terms of the MGA and some direction from council that was guiding this.
So, as Peter indicated, the current MPC bylaw was passed in 1998. And many regulations within the MGA have been updated. And so as a municipality, we have to update our bylaws and processes when that legislation changes. The new bylaw reflects a more transparent and modernized framework addressing administrative and legislative developments over the past 2 decades. I thought it best to highlight a few of the key differences between the two bylaws, some of the improvements in structure, definitions, roles and responsibilities, and procedural clarity. One of the most notable changes is the structure and composition of the NPC. In the previous bylaw, there was minimal guidance regarding this, other than that there must be 3 members. It did not clarify the membership requirements, quorum, or meeting procedures. In contrast, this new bylaw outlines that composition and stating that all members of the county council, no, that's not quite right, stating that 3 members of the county council, as well as 1 alternative, serve on the commission. It also prohibits individuals who hold roles within the Development Authority or within the ISDAB to serve as members, thus preventing conflicts of interest. Additionally, quorum is explicitly defined as 3 members, and this provides ability to have no tied votes. Another critical thing is adding comprehensive definitions within the bylaw because the 1998 did not have very many, and they were not very clear or consistent in the terminology within the bylaw. In the evolution of the roles and responsibilities within the NPC within the last 2 decades, there's been, sorry, I just lost my place with my notes here. The evolution of the roles and responsibilities within the NPC is another key area of distinction. The 1998 bylaw broadly designated the commission as the Development and Subdivision Authority, but did not delineate its specific functions. This new bylaw corrects that by clearly stating that the commission's responsibility for reviewing development permit applications for discretionary uses and non-compliant applications unless otherwise delegated. Furthermore, it establishes procedures for the NPC to approve, conditionally approve, or refuse applications, ensuring that the land use bylaw and applicable statutory plans guide decisions. It also outlines procedures for administrative referrals to the NPC. Meeting procedures have been expanded. In the 1998 bylaw, that was completely silent on meeting frequency and format. And the new one schedules a regular NPC meeting for the first Wednesday of each month at 9 a.m. with agendas prepared and distributed in advance. Meetings must be conducted publicly in accordance with section 197(1) of the MGA, with closed sessions permitted only for deliberation. So minutes must document all decisions, attendance, motions, etc., and be published on the county's website following approval. These requirements enhance transparency and accountability for the county. One of the most progressive aspects of the new bylaw is its detailed guidance on conflict of interest and bias. The 1998 bylaw did not address any of that issues, and it is the MGA's requirement that must be addressed. Additionally, the 2024 bylaw formalizes the administrative support functions by appointing a secretary, which is typically a staff member. The secretary is responsible for managing notifications, taking and publishing minutes, maintaining official records, etc., so that we comply with all the legislative requirements. This formalization ensures that the meetings are effectively managed and records are accurately maintained for public inspection. Bylaw 878.24 offers a robust and forward-looking governance model for the Municipal Planning Commission in Lamont County, and the structure and provisions represent a comprehensive improvement over the 1998 bylaw. If adopted, it will provide more apparent authority, improved transparency, stronger ethical guidelines, and a more structured decision-making process for the county's land use planning. Thank you.
Mr. Reed, staff are recommending all three readings of council is inclined. This is not a statutory, this does not require a statutory public hearing. Therefore, the opportunity is there to do which is absolutely interesting.
The council have any questions?
So from 98 to now, what are the changes on it? To be clear on here.
We've added a ton of definitions that make roles and responsibilities clear. There's the interest and bias. Additions into the bylaw. There is.
We're setting a meeting date for
Yes.
every month, so that the public knows when that is. We've updated the membership to have an alternate to ensure that we always have an odd number.
Yes.
For a vote. And then, of course, we've changed the various notations for the MGA because it's been updated a number of times since 1998. So those are the main.
Okay, so one of the changes you're recommending here is, you're recommending 3 members and 1 alternate. Previously, we just had 3 members.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Okay. And the other thing you're indicating on page 89 is that 3 members of the commission constitute a quorum. Previously, it was 2 members of the commission constituted a quorum. So are you anticipating that one of the 3 commission members can make it, the alternate would attend
Exactly.
the meeting to hold quorum?
That's
Yes.
exactly right. Yeah.
The new thing is every Monday, and that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wednesday, first one.
It's Wednesday of the month, and it doesn't mean that a meeting will actually be held. It's just that it's a placeholder.
You put it in your book.
Exactly.
We need it, we have.
Exactly.
Oh, very good. Excellent.
And the other thing I think you're stating in here is that the agendas have to be made available to commission members 3 days ahead of the meeting.
3 business days, yes.
So that would be, they have the agenda on Friday.
Friday at the latest.
Yeah, that's a minimum.
Yeah.
And then also we would be placing it on the website, which has been somewhat hit and miss in the past, so that is part of the reason why we're doing that as well, is to ensure that we're meeting all of our requirements under the MGA and publishing it and ensuring that ratepayers have the ability to review our agendas.
In item 15 under agendas. Nobody can add anything to the agenda. Has to be done 7 days before the meeting.
You can add discussion items, but we wouldn't have a report prepared after that on any items. So you can add items to the agenda, just like you can to a council agenda. We can't prepare an item after the 7 days.
Generally speaking, the agenda is prepared by the development or the things that require NPC's input.
Yeah.
So also through the land use bylaw, making certain will be the delegation to the development authority. They give certain authorities to Missouri. Whatever she does not have authority for, she brings to NPC. in general terms. So additions to the agenda seem a little unusual. Yes, not as indicated, chair, discussion items are fine. But the NPC should not be bringing forward items that aren't coming forward as a result of delegation.
It's a discussion or question, not
decision.
not a request for a formal decision.
Correct.
That's the way to put it.
Yeah, and just skipping ahead here to the next agenda item, the policy 4260. On page 112, there's a recommended agenda to follow. And one of the agenda items is a roundtable discussion at the end of the meeting. So if there's any general topics that the commission would wanna, that would be the opportunity to do so.
Exactly.
And this. They also really seem to be affecting to January.
November first, yeah, so just after the organization.
Sorry.
So it'll be just after the organizational meeting,
Okay.
is when it'll come into effect, yeah. Right.
The one that's with the committee at this point in time.
That's right.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Good.
What a good.
The first reading? Right.
Open second, that's.
Okay, any first reading. Sorry, didn't notice.
You did that on purpose.
Recommend that council give first reading to bylaw 8/84.
Yeah.
Yeah, 848-2. Being being a bylaw to establish the municipal planning commission.
All right, Deputy Reed, any adjustment, we'll make it a bylaw, not a bylaw.
Yes.
Any questions or concerns? Further debate? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Councillor Wick, second reading.
Yeah, I make a motion that the Lamont County Council give second reading to. Should be bylaw 848-2 being a bylaw to establish the municipal planning commission.
Sorry, may I ask a question? The request for decision says bylaw 848, but the bylaw itself is 878.
Oh, I'm sorry. It should be 878.24.
Yeah.
You're correct.
878.
It's 878.24. Okay.
Good catch. We should have a motion to
Amen.
rescind
Mm.
the first reading and then do with the right number.
Okay, Deputy Reed, you want to rescind your first reading motion?
Sure. You're saying.
That Lamont County rescind the first reading of bylaw 848 to read 8.
No, just rescind it.
Okay.
Start over.
Okay.
Okay, so any questions or concerns regarding rescinding the first reading? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll try this again. Deputy Reed.
And with the Lamont County Council give first reading bylaw 847. 8. So
878.
8 yeah, okay, I'll start all over again. The Lamont County Council give first reading to bylaw 878.424. Being a bylaw to establish the municipal planning commission.
Okay. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. Deputy Reed, or not Deputy Reed, Councillor Witt.
I'll make a motion that the Lamont County Council give second reading to bylaw 878.24, being a bylaw to establish a municipal planning commission.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Councillor White, if you prefer to put a motion to give.
Unanimous council, unanimous consent to hear third and final reading of bylaw 878.24, being a bylaw to establish the municipal planning commission.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yep. Yeah, it's great, 5-0. Okay, finish your cookie.
I move that Lamont County Council give third reading to 878.24, being a bylaw to establish the municipal planning commission.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. All right, thank you, ladies. I guess we'll move on to item number one.
You're not with us yet.
Item number 7, municipal management policy 260.
Mr. Reed, generally the bylaw reflects the laws and the policy reflects the law. So this is authorized us to act autonomously in the other approved by council.
So previously, there has been no policy or procedure of how to the NPC is run or how the agenda is done, the minutes, etc. This policy and procedure outlines all of that and how it should be delineated to clarify the authority and responsibilities, supports transparent and equitable decision making, strengthens the governance of the meetings, and enhances operational efficiency, and then fulfills the NGA regulations.
So as I recall, this was also presented in
It was.
827.
Yes.
And there have been no others.
There was.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so in the previous one, we've had 7 meetings would be held the second Wednesday of each month, and because that conflicts with the ASB, we switched it to the first.
Thank you. That's what I get for not being here.
Yes. And in the red lines on page 107, that shows that change.
Council have any concerns or questions regarding the policy? Then there's also a Schedule A attached. So that's procedure, right?
Yeah.
Anything related to planning and development and MPC meetings, those documents are retained permanently?
Very fairly.
Great, no questions. Motion to approve policy 4260.
I move that Lamont County Council approve policy 4260, municipal planning commission.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yep, 5-0, no in favor. Thank you. Move on to N 7.2. Chief Morris here, the fire mutual aid agreement with Sturgeon County.
Mr. Reed, this is a somewhat standard form. We are in Sturgeon County paper. Where is that is probably the consulting content from it. And the chief board here is here to present some of the highlights and any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Strauss. Yeah. Excuse me, before you is the proposed agreement between Sturgeon County and Lamont County with regards to fire services. This is not an emergency management agreement. This is not part of the Capital Region Emergency Preparedness. This is just a mutual aid agreement between the two counties for immediate requirement of fire service. One of the things, since I got here was to try and work on some of these mutual aid agreements with our bordering municipalities so that we have them in place. Some of our excuse me, pre-existing ones were dated back in the early 2000s, so we're working through these with our partners. As Mr. Knowski said, it's a fairly standard form. It sets the liabilities, limitation of liabilities. It talks about a maximum cap rate for fees. And I propose, yeah, council have a look at it, and I can answer any questions on the document.
Is this agreement any different than the mutual aid agreements we would have with any other surrounding municipality?
No, just,
No,
yeah, there is a standard template that are used.
one difference is the rates that are proposed.
The rates are, yeah,
Okay.
the rates that they proposed are a cap. One of the things in the fees, it talks about the ability to use your fees and charges rates to a maximum of Alberta transportation rates. So what it is it protects both that you have a response fee. The responding party reserves the right to charge fees as per Schedule A, which decision to charge fees shall be in the sole and unfettered discretion of the responding party. So we can send them a bill for our fees and charges, or we can send them a bill up to and including Alberta transportation rates. It just sets a cap for it so that nobody's gouging anybody in time of need.
What are their rates?
Pardon me?
What are their rates? Their rates, what the Alberta transportation rates are?
Their service and fee rates are
Yeah.
lower than that.
Yeah.
They have their rates as presented to council before are very in line with our rates. Yeah.
This is just a maximum.
A maximum, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So if we crank up our rates, this would probably be what?
Yeah, and what it would be is if we signed this today and then changed our service. Fees and charges by law, or fees and charges by law, changing our fire rates. They could never go past, our building to Sturgeon County could not go past, for transportation. Correct. It's just a protection for both parties.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Okay, so we did not have a mutual aid agreement with Sturgeon at the time of the Redwater Recreation Area fire, right?
Correct.
Now, are we still able to bill them for services that we provide?
So that became a provincial response, which then becomes a provincial requirement. So that we've now worked with Sturgeon County to submit into the DRP program at provincial rates. Once the province took over, it becomes a provincial event, then provincial rates apply.
So Sturgeon County is following the disaster recovery
Correct.
program to recover the costs.
Yeah.
Now that we build them, they paid us and then.
We have not been billed yet. They're still working through, they're still running their finance section of their ECC to go through hundreds and hundreds of, probably thousands of documents for everything. So, we have not been paid from them yet.
So we had crews out there for
5 days.
days, we had.
That's something.
Well, it was.
Yeah.
So when we do bill, can you advise council the amount?
Yes, and that's what we're working through right now. If we were to build them, it would be at one rate. Unfortunately, the province comes in and then they set a provincial, they're called WUI rates, the Wildland Urban Interface rates, which are a different rate. So just working to see if part of ours is gonna fall under the Sturgeon billing and part is gonna fall under the province, or if it's all gonna fall under the province. They still don't have the answers for that in their own response stuff. Because the province didn't come in until day 5. And we were there before that, But they're trying to work out with their provincial partners. If the whole event is gonna be provincial, but they're gonna own responsibility for the first 5 days. Excuse me.
So even though they're going under disaster recovery, Gibby Bill, is it Sturgeon County's obligation to pay us before receipt of the PRP funds?
It depends if the province is gonna take from day one or if they're gonna take from day 5. Yeah, I've been in contact with Chief Moore. And we're playing the waiting game just like everyone.
There's two chief Moores here.
There it is, yes.
Okay.
No relation.
I thought 10 years ago, there were about 4 Chief Clarks, now it's Chief Moores.
Yeah, and there's one down south. Really good guys, really.
Oh, yeah. Have a good smile, video.
So pretty straightforward. Any other questions or concerns? If not, I will make a motion that Lamont County Council approve the Sturgeon County Fire Mutual Aid Agreement with Lamont County. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0.
Thank you.
11.3. The Lenny Road naming request.
We were on 148. This matter has been underway for a brief number of months. You may recall that council provided clarification to the policy to reflect occupied parcels rather than just parcels. And that requirement has been used in assessing the approval worthiness of this request for an review.
So, administration received a written submission from Rob Zellini a few months ago, in consideration of council's amendment to the road naming policy. We spent some time reviewing the application, confirming which properties were occupied and which were vacant, in discussion with Mr. Zellini, and in contacting a few landowners for clarification. We have confirmed that Mr. Zellini has provided at least 75% support from the neighboring property occupied properties. His request is for to rename Region 171 from Highway 15 to Highway 29 as Zellini Road, in consideration of Clarence and Norma Zellini, Mr. Rob Zellini, and their homestead. The Zellini homestead on that road.
Any comments? Deputy Reed, this is your division.
Yeah. Well, they could six. The farm has been in the Solani family for since 2005. So I recommend that.
They just got a farm award from Alberta government about 6 weeks ago for a homestead of over 100 years. So
Yeah.
that's when Robbie called to see what to do. I told him who to talk to at the county to get going on it. So
Deputy Reed, you want to make the motion?
Yes, I have no question. So how come this is going to 29 and some other times we don't go to 29?
he wanted to stop it earlier than 29 because but they were told highway to highway.
So within the policy, it does designate highway to highway. Council has approved certain road naming requests that deviate from that policy. With this instance, there is a correction line in the middle, so it does jog over slightly. In 2022, council approved a couple of roads north of Star that were 1 and 2 mile stretches. But under the policy, it does designate that any road naming request would be from a primary, secondary highway to secondary highway.
Because the Warship Road was 162 from Highway 16 just to 540.
Yeah, there's no other highway till 29.
Huh?
Yeah, and there's no other highway there till 29.
29, yeah.
No, there's a worship sign on 29.
No,
No,
worship,
where
worship.
there's no highway between.
The Emerski signs on 45 and on 29, Emerski's, and the live ones on 29 and 45, so. He was told, or the policy said, so I got him to get signatures all the way to 29. He was happy with the correction line, but he's got everything at 29 now, and he's got the signs that the government wants.
Yeah.
I move that Lamont County Council approve the road naming request to the designated Range Road 171 from Highway 15 to Highway 29 as the Zelani Road.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Item 7.4, Whitford Lake Area Drainage Update. Are you gonna handle this, Darby, or is Terry?
I will.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jeff.
So as council discussed previously, Lamont County was asked to investigate flood concerns in the area of Woodford Lake. Specifically in relation to the inlet of the lake and the adjacent lands. Public Works presented our findings to the county council back in January of this year, and so subsequently passed the following motion to direct administration to continue working with Alberta Environment Protected Areas to investigate local area drainage around Woodford Lake and report back. Subsequently, we have met with Alberta Environment staff as well as Alberta Agriculture and Irrigation staff regarding the flooding concerns. We've met with them, discussed the issues that council brought forth and the neighboring islanders are dealing with. We've had drone flights, on-site meetings. So in summary, the drainage license for the outlet of Woodford Lake is under the jurisdiction of Alberta Agriculture and Irrigation. A field visit was conducted this spring as snowmelt was underway and the issues for both everyone. Drone flights were conducted by both our staff and Alberta Agriculture staff. And we did follow up with a drone flight later in the season. Alberta Agriculture and Irrigation has completed the investigation and has offered the following comments. They found no obvious blockages of the inlet or outlet during any of drone flights. The inlet area where the flooding occurs is considered lake bottom. And as Lamont County staff have reported previously, this is noted in some of the area land titles. Any work to the inlet area, including channelization or dredging, is unlikely to alleviate any of the flooding concerns in this area and would risk increasing the cooling effect as the drainage is low, topography is minimal. The outlet is on both Crown and private lands, and any modifications would require Water Act approval, public land approval, and private landowner approval. Alberta Agriculture will not conduct any alterations to the inlet or outlet of Whitford Lake and is not prepared to extend their current drainage license on Egg Creek beyond its existing boundaries, starting at the west side of Ranger 163. Channel improvements are expensive. They may not be effective in local topography areas, and costs may outweigh the limited benefit to a small amount of agricultural land that is considerably flooded. They do recommend that the county continues to monitor the inlet and outlet channels at the lake edge to ensure there are no blockages. So in summary, at the direction of council, we have met with Alberta Environment and by way of Alberta Agriculture, and the answer we've received is they are not prepared to proceed with any work to improve the drainage in and around Whitford.
And they recommend that the county continue to monitor the inlet and outlet channels at the lake edge to ensure there are no blockages.
Okay. Question? Comment?
Only comment is the same as it was before. You have the inlet where area where the flooding occurs is considered lake bottom. So if you're taking this consideration as lake bottom, then why don't you just take it, just reverse the Whitford drainage project and leave that water where it lies. Why are you cleaning that channel to send the water here, but you can't, everything's in order here, yet we keep cleaning channel drainage areas of grass, debris and growth, and here it's all good. It's basically the same report that WSP did for us 5 or 10 years ago. So I think we just don't do any maintenance on Smith Whitford from under.
Cause it's just flooding stopping there, so.
So I mean, just. This is, you wanna take that to historical bottom, let's leave this Smith Whitford project historically what it was before. It was a licensed drainage. That's my comment.
But this,
Am I surprised by any of these? No.
but this and it keep a certain level.
So the Spit Woodford ends, a few hundred meters back from the water's edge, as it sits right now in Whitford Lake. The lake boundaries, go far beyond that, as we presented to council early this year, back in January, on numerous titles around Whitford Lake. It does indicate that some of those properties are part of Whitford Lake. There is no surveyed by channel outlet for Whitford Lake. It's just natural area. When we flew a drone last year, when we flew the drones this year, we didn't find any blockages, whether they were man-made or beaver activity like that. It's just the natural topography of the land is controlling the height of water in Whitford Lake.
That was my understanding from all of this. Cause like I think I asked the other day. This it flows through it into Egg Creek, right? So is it cleaned out that way?
Yeah, so the ditch along the range road was inspected last year. There was no blockages. There is a concern with the elevation of some of the culverts, but it was never actually designed to be a natural drainage channel for Whitford Lake. So there's some high points in there. But when we were up there last year, the water was not at the road on the outlet side of the lake where it was flooding, but on the inlet side of the lake. So any work downstream to in Egg Creek or up to Egg Creek would not alleviate the flooding concerns of the inlet side of Whitford Lake, unless you define an actual channel or bend.
It was Whitford not bird sanctuary at one time?
I believe there is a bird sanctuary designation on part of it. I don't know if it's the entirety of it.
So I remember, yeah, you could go until you're within a mile or so. Something much water, huh? Too much water. Yeah, go ahead, to the police. Yeah, so I'm just wondering if it still has that designation of a.
I don't know, but I
Bird
can
sanctuary?
find out. I can look into it, see where that designation stands and what the limits of that designation are.
You know, my question is, so we clean out Y2 drainage to get the water flowing. Here is not required at the inlet or the outlet.
And then the water backs up.
Anyway, just. If you're looking through a microscope, look at it both ends, you know, if you do the historical here, do the other one historically too, It's no different than sunline drainage. Yeah, we're draining here and there, well, you guys, that's your problem, So.
But I think you'd have to go back to when council of the day approved these projects. They mean, unless you look at the drawings and the support information for those projects, we really don't know what the intent was or if there was any anticipated downsides to taking water from there and moving it to Whitford Lake. So yeah, Not sure who was involved in those drainages, but obviously there had to be landowners and council that would have been participating in those. So essentially, other than us monitoring the inlet and the outlet, the province isn't prepared to do anything.
I couldn't say any better. The province has no money for this type of work. They've got no money they can commit. If the county wishes to pursue a license to conduct a drainage channel at the outlet of Woodford Lake, it would be on the county to fund that project. It would be subject to all necessary environmental approvals, like any environmental project of that nature.
But I think in order to do that work, you might run into issues because of your Water Act and wetland management areas, right? So if you're gonna reduce the level of the lake, you're gonna have to replace it somewhere.
It has to maintain a certain level.
Yeah, so it would involve, environmental approvals, engineering design, some sort of weir structure to maintain a high water level in the lake. We're not, we wouldn't want to just start dredging and drain the lake, to the North Saskatchewan.
And no more cleaning. The water coming in, they use clean it. If it doesn't go nowhere, it's just causing a problem further up the road.
When it goes to a certain level, then it goes over, right?
Yeah, so in discussion with Mr. Leniak, the work they've done in Spitwood over the years, we're trying to clear any blockages that were there after the drainage channel was constructed, so removal of vegetation is the primary concern there. I don't think our intent is to start dredging it and taking back any sedimentation that's happened over the years.
But I think in a previous report that council received, the overall depth of that lake isn't any more than what was it? 1 or 2 meters?
It's very shallow.
Like it's a very shallow lake, right?
That adds, and that can add to the flooding that you can see on the south of the lake. It takes that much water to build up and then flow. So you can actually have elevated water levels, elevation higher on the south side than what you would have on the north end.
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, a motion to accept the Woodford area drainage update as information.
I move that Lamont County Council accept the Whitford area drainage update as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Item 7.5, which we don't have a package in our book, okay, and so we'll get one handed out here. Drainage contract.
Mr. Reed, as you recall, council's decision was for us to do the drainages directly with our own staff and other drainages using contracted forces. This was the item that was reflected in the agenda, and now the attachment is available. We were waiting for the tender opening to assemble a report.
So as presented to council back in March, as part of our 2025 drainage program, council has approved $500,000 for contract drainage work. We've identified sites in Division 3 and 5, 9 locations inclusive of 15 culverts. We issued a tender, and upon close of the tender on June 19th, we received 7 submissions, which range from $257,000 to just shy of $1 million. In summary, the 3 submissions that are within our budget, they are proponent A at $289,499. Proponent B at $256,697, and proponent C $393,576.
So Public Works reviewed the tenders based on the disclosed evaluation, with 50% price, 20% safety, 20% experience, and 10% references. In review of the submissions, proponent B is a newer company that was created just over a year ago, and was awarded contract drainage work in 2024. As such, they are currently in the process of obtaining their core certification. Proponent C was awarded the contract to replace the bridge culvert crossing on Township Road 534 in 2023. And Lamont County has not contracted services of proponent A in the past. However, in discussion with their provider references, they do come highly recommended. The 3 lowest submissions received are within budget, with the other 4 above when you include the cost of the culverts. The approved budget for contract drainage is $500,000, which is inclusive of the county supplied culverts. The cost of the culverts is $53,500 roughly for these locations. All other flag material will be supplied by the contractor. And based on council direction, administration will work with the successful contractor to complete further locations within budget. So as council can see, our recommended recommendations go for point A. While they are not the lowest bid received, proponent B did not acknowledge receiving the addendums that were issued for clarification, as well they do not have their core certification.
Questions or comments?
So,
Go ahead.
go ahead. So. So these people did the work for us last year without a core, and this year they're doing it again because they've changed the name or whatever their process happened to be. When their core is just in certification, so imagine if they had it before, they're just waiting for it to be transferred.
So in 2024, this company was just started prior to tendering. Council may recall when we tendered last year, there was a very large discrepancy in the bids received from point B to all the others that we received. At that time, council decided to go with proponent B because he had done some work the year prior and was working to get a certification. They were in the company. Takes time to get the core certification. In consideration of the tender documents, we want to make sure council was aware that, as part of the tender, core was required, and they also did not acknowledge the addendums. If council does decide to go with proponent B, we did have good experience with them last year on the work that they did.
Do we have policy saying that they have to have core?
So as part of the tender package, we did require it. There's nothing in policy that does require it. Each tender issue is that decision is based upon the work that is being contracted out and the amount of work involved. So it's under our contract gravel supply, of course, not required because there are some contractors in the county. In this instance, they would be designated the private contract.
What was the content of the addendums that they have not acknowledged? I mean, that sort of suggests there's a risk that those addendums are not reflected in this.
Yeah, so addendum 1 was some clarification on one of the sites on the elevations. And addendum 2 was a response to questions received about what materials the county would be supplying.
Okay, so I have a question going back to this. So has there been any discussion with proponent B? Like, are they in the process of obtaining their core? Or is it that it's in the process of just being the approval of it?
So my understanding is they're working through the process to get it approved. They had, as with any contractor, they have to have a health and safety program set up. This is a contractor that had a prior business, but ended up closing that, starting a new one, so basically starting from scratch. I believe he anticipates that he will have his core at some point this year, this is intent. He's just working through the process of it.
He's done work for us before.
Yes.
He's got a good track record. He's 32 grand cheaper. And component A, we've never used him before. This guy's got a good track record.
We know what he does.
We know what he does, yeah.
So you say the fact that the amendment was not acknowledged as a local significant risk?
I don't believe it's a significant risk. Again, it's just following the process to ensure that we're being upfront with council.
Yeah, he did work for us.
I make a motion that Lamont County Council move the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting into a closed meeting at 11:08 AM to discuss the drainage contract. ATIA section 18. Questions or concerns? All in favor?
It's on.
The recommendation.
Recording.
All right, welcome back to the open session of the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting. Coming out of closed session, we have a recommended motion to make here, I believe that,
Well, I just
yeah.
caught a correction, under the recommended motion, the price is wrong. That was not edited from the recommendation, we used the template from last year. So the price under report A is correct, the 280.
No, we want
We're gonna go.
we're gonna.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
That's
Council.
what we just brought up, too, like, we'll.
I'll say it again.
So under our recommended motion.
We're not doing.
I can make the motion, that actually we're going with the alternative that's on the next page.
The alternative is.
What you got written up there? The Lamont County Council awarded the contract and tender to Bowman B at a cost of $256,697.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? No, it's carried 5-0. Okay, call a recess for 5 minutes, reconvene at 11:25. All right, welcome back to the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting. We'll reconvene at 11:27. And we'll move on to item 7.6 of the agenda, scheduling of annual road inspection tour.
So as per policy 5137.22 and road inspection policy, Public Works arranges an annual road inspection tour with council, the CEO, and other appropriate staff. The purpose of this tour is to ensure council as a whole, and all administration understands the state of the county's road network throughout the county. And feedback from the road tour is used to identify both problem areas that require council input as well as future potential county projects. As presented to council on April 29th, the 2026 budget schedule has been moved ahead to the upcoming 2025 general municipal election. As such, administration's penciled in a road inspection tour during the week of August 14th, depending on council availability.
August 4th.
August 14th. Administration has identified dates that council will have a conflict in and around that time. August 12th, council has the next regular club meeting. August 21st is a Reeves golf tournament, and August 26th is the next following regular council meeting. We intend to present the initial base budget to council on August 26th, which is why administration is recommending scheduling the road inspection tour in the first half of August. We're asking councilors wishing to include certain locations of the tour to please email Public Works at least 1 week prior for better scheduling. The intent is to present the initial base budget to council on August 26th. So by scheduling the road tour prior to that, council can take input from the road tour into consideration.
Don't we get those in November? The
So-
big budget?
As council reviewed back in end of April, with the upcoming general election, the intent is that administration will present the base budget to council in August and potential review in September prior to the election. So then we can get started with presenting the budget to council after the election.
Not election, you have no why you're changing it. There's new council, let them decide what they're buying.
It's just reflective of the base budget, provide something that the incoming council is able to deliver.
We never had that the last 2 terms, so. Just saying.
I think there's a council resolution approving.
Moving the budget dates to August, can't recall which meeting that was.
April 29th.
April 29th.
April 29th. Yep.
It's right here on page 141. So it does not commit the next council to anything. What it does is it provides us direction to do some work for the benefit of the next council. Suffice it to say, this is about pegging the date of the annual road inspection.
So the recommended date is August 4th.
14th.
So we penciled in the week of August 14th. Council is meeting on August 12th. Council is also meeting the as per resolution 2025-285. Council will be holding the 2029 budget committee meetings from August 18th to 20th. The results is on 21st.
So the council meeting is when? The 12th?
The 12th.
You've got council on Tuesday, you've got excerpts for on Wednesday.
Be Thursday, the 14th.
There's nothing on the 14th.
14th is good on my calendar.
Fine, we're
Still open. Okay, then I will entertain a motion to schedule the road inspection tour on August 14th. So. Yeah, we'll move that Lamont County Council direct administration to schedule the annual road inspection tour on August 14th, 2025. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried 5-0. Item 7.7, offer request, everything, sorry, no.
Mr. Hayden has considered this not quite annual, but since 2011, on many occasions it was denied. On one occasion, taxes were paid and refunded. For the past 2 or 3 applications, meaning 2015, 2018, and 2024, it was approved. So Rod wants to want the community organization property tax exemption for copter.
Thank you, Mr. Krosky. Yes, so this is a tax request, and so I'm gonna kind of walk through page 142 of what is exactly happening with this. So there is a if you go to the second last paragraph on page 142, as per the MGA, a property that is used for charitable or benevolent purpose is exempt from taxation. However, section 362 sub 2, the following one, states that a council may by bylaw make any property that is exempt from taxation subject to it. It's a bit of a circular wording that the MGA has that basically says community organizations should be exempt from tax unless council wants to do that. And there is a regulation going to the top of page 143 that states that an application should be made annually, essentially, and that the request should come by September 30th of the year preceding the taxation year, and the council has until November 30th to do that. The organization did go through a transition with treasurers. They missed a couple of deadlines, and this was one of them. So they did make the request to us early this year when they got their tax notice. So bringing it forward to council to review at this time. Historically, this property has been exempt from taxation. There was at one point that council was not seeing these between 2018 and 2022 due to decisions. Whether I'm not sure if it was council at that point that made that, but this is something that should be brought forward annually for council to review. So our recommendation from administration is that the county council grant the property tax exemption for the 2025 year. And that the amount of taxes that will be foregone is $13,000 if that club is assessed as commercial as opposed to exempt. They do pay a small amount in farmland taxes, and that will remain. It's about $300. They did provide an extensive package starting on page 145 to discuss what they do, how they do it, some of the organizations that they support, and that, you know, while there is a preference for them to not have to do this annual submission, the MGA they're still looking at that as to whether they want to take this copter regulation level to make the land exempt. But yes, they have their application, they have their financial reports, as well as some their tax notice as well. It's along with some excerpt from the MGA.
So the taxes are 17,323.
That's correct. If they were to be fully taxed as commercial.
Okay, what are they asking for?
The 13,000 so on the page 165, it's essentially gonna be the 13,659 and 150 for municipal taxes, plus the 2,900 and 290 for school taxes. They still will be required to pay the farmland taxes.
Cool.
The farmland school, but once it's made exempt, they won't have to pay the 2,900 to the school or to meter road.
Why would that probably be commercial in the first place?
Because it's essentially hangars and a runway, which is not a provincial or municipal runway, it's essentially a private airstrip. It's a private airstrip that's being used for a community purpose.
Well, they also charge fees and stuff, memberships, and so they're
Yes.
basically operating a small business, right?
Yeah. Essentially, their goal is that they would operate the business, the fees for the adults, the children, and the community is so they try to have the reduced fees for that, to make it a community organization.
We've done it historically.
I'll make that motion that Lamont County Council grant the property tax exemption to the Everton Starting Club for the property of the southeast 55518 west of the fort, as per the MBA section 362 1 and 3B for the year of 2025.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yep.
I guess so. It doesn't make sense. We're nailing every ratepayer we got to for buildings and stuff. These guys got buildings, so they should be paying something. Make it fair to the rest of the ratepayers.
Seven point eight, follow action item report for June 24th, 2025.
Mr. Reed, we're on page 172. You will see that most everything is complete or in progress. Where possible, we have dates identified when things will come forward. You have a specific item you'd like to probe, please use the item number and try to answer your question.
Any questions?
I believe all of you have a new fob for the door.
The only problem was in the letter that said that we be notified when above is gonna work, eh?
So it's working today.
Nobody told us, eh, so.
I'm sure you saw a different.
Huh?
I'm sure you saw a different actuator.
But your club did work.
They didn't break it.
They didn't tell us when last night I came to get my agenda and I texted Derek and he was able to open the door for me with his phone.
That was the issue, sorry, my misunderstanding.
I know that we did, it, in the letter it said that we get notification, so I thought it was something else.
Be sure you're getting that notification today, you get it possibly.
We were almost ready to go home, except you didn't want us to.
Any,
You can take that to me whenever you.
any questions on the action item report? Not,
Just you, the water station again at, Heartland, the pumps, what's going on there?
So we were been working with the original engineers, we put it back in end of April, discussed on our two options for installing a dedicated pump. we left them to take a existing design and modify it to work on our site. They reached to us 2 weeks prior, just prior to the last council meeting. The proposed budget that they had provided well exceeded our budget for the entire project. So we've asked them we've clarified with them exactly what we need from them. The engineer was away sick last week. We reached out to them last night. And are waiting on a final design so that we can issue a tender for that project.
Any other questions?
Yeah, how much higher, what did it come back at?
So that project, we have a budget of 70,000 and their budget was $74,000. They misinterpreted what we had asked and provided a budget to do the entire project start to finish, where we tested the design documents.
Their bill was that, or
That was their proposed budget.
cost for everything comes and all,
That was just for their work.
for their engineering?
The engineer. So it's gone back to them to clarify it. We only need the drawing so that we can issue a tender.
That thing used to pump fast before, I don't know what happened, they're the ones that designed it. They were at the golf tournament and they said it's gotta be working. So now they spend 70 grand.
We haven't spent 70, that was the budget proposed to us. So we're just waiting for the drawing from them, and then we will be handling the tendering and the installation of site.
It was 74 just for the drawings.
Just for the drawings, the tender preparation, overseeing the installation and post-construction services. So all of, other than the drawings, we don't do any of those services from them.
Will we ever make any money out of that?
Typically, public utilities aren't there to make a profit.
It's funny thing, every other town or village around the county is making money on theirs. So here you go.
We got a lot of people driving past it going to Chipmanville because it's quicker.
Well,
The other day, there was 4 of us lined up, I was there over an hour. We fill 4. Less it's, I take 16 cubes, the other guys are taking maybe 10 cubes. It's barely trickling out of that 4-inch hose.
So as we've presented to council a few months ago, our design is based around Chipman's pump system. It will basically mirror how Chipman's water treatment or water pump station operates.
Okay, any other questions on the action items? Okay, motion to accept for information.
Move that Lamont County Council accept follow-up action report, item report for June 24th, 2025 as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. We will now move on to item 7.9, church tours. Neil?
Yeah, I've been getting lots of calls from parishes wanting to get the churches off the church tour that we have on the county. They you can go on there and you can see inside the church where that it rotates. You can see everything in there. To date, we have five churches that got broken into. One on 192 and 564 was the last one, and they pretty well cleaned it right out. And their parish priest and the other Orthodox priest there to do 5 or 6 churches, plus the parish members, and ours including. They want to take it off the website and stuff. They feel that thieves are looking on there and they see what they're going to steal for paintings and candelabras and everything else. So they're asking, this Scarrow Orthodox, came here in November asking to be off it. And, it never happened, and now, one of their adjoining parishes got, broken into, so they're asking that we get it off the website for now.
Mr. Reed, I've spoken with both Mr. Sal and Mr. Holz, who have the most to do with that program, and neither of them has heard any indication from any church that, that they wanted to be removed from the program. Also asked, our peace officer whether he was aware of any break-ins. He was aware of 5 years ago, a bell was stolen from the church just on the other side of Chipman. And recently there was a church broken into as part of what he would call a crime spree, where a car was stolen, a gas station was robbed, a residence was broken into, and then the church was broken into. But aside from that, I don't really know of any widespread issue. I would have liked to have asked the RCMP attachment whether they were aware of anything, and didn't have the opportunity given. It was just raised today. I understand, vandalism and breaking and entering being more so a crime of opportunity when it comes to a church. I don't know that there is wealth in a church that can be monetized. If there's a buoyant market for icons, be that as it may, one might argue that if we've got more people going on church tours, that there's more people around churches and less opportunity for break-ins. But this may well be happening at night. So it's one of the few things that we have in terms of tourism. That's kind of the secondary focus of our program. We have talked about the potential to grow the program actually, whereby on any one or a number of weekends, there could be one or a number of churches that are open to those that are interested. I imagine breaking and entering and vandalism churches may be happening in the dead of night. So certainly removing churches from the tour is possible, but it adversely affects the value of this claim that we're the church. Imagine if churches asked to be removed.
They've been asking to get removed. This Orthodox church, the church on 192 and 564 was broken into at 4:30 in the morning just a week ago. The St. Michael Church, the pink one. They got 3 churches in your area, Dave, that have been broken into already. There's one in the other, one by Mundare, that has been broken into already. The parish, the parishioner come in, they're the ones that had the fire. He said in November they asked the county to be removed off there because you go on to the thing. Their parish priest that lived in town, he's got an acreage in Chipman. I bet we had a graveyard meeting for Alberta government come to do on graveyards a week ago Monday, and people from there, from the parishes, asked if I could bring it up. They don't want the churches on there because they go on to those, they feel people are watching it on the internet, and they know which church they want to get to steal whatever they're stealing. The one at the Polish church just got robbed. They took everything, and even out of the basement, they tried to steal a cast iron little tub they used to use for christenings. They got it to the porch and they powered out. That is at 4:30 in the morning, so having tours during the day isn't gonna stop you guys at night. In the St. Michael Church, they cleaned that one out. This one here, they tied the tow rope, pulled the front doors right off. The parishes are asking Carol, Ukrainian Catholic Church, I'm the president of, we don't want to be on there. Orthodox Church, Kim Lipshinsky stopped in, and their priest has 5 or 6. They're asking.
There's nobody in this building that's heard a request to be removed from the list. Certainly we'll respond to that if we get them. One of the things, just for information, is that there are no, there are no pictures of the insides of the church.
I don't know, I was going by what he said and what they're asking me. They came, Derek was down in my place delivering a package, and he seen the Kim come and ask to be removed. It's, I'm not making it up.
Okay, so. Do we know how many kids we're getting on the church here?
Sure, Mr. Zal can tell you right away.
Jay, how many kids we're getting on the church tour? Is this the virtual tour that we're concerned about here, right?
Yeah, they see it on there and then they're cleaning them up.
Once again, it's only the outside of the church. See a church when they drive by. I don't know that we can attribute it to the tour, but we obviously need to be responsive. If parishes want to be removed, we'll need that request from them, and we would prefer that in writing.
Yeah, I think any parish that requests to not be on a tour, I think, you know, yeah. We should be accommodating them, yeah.
We got 5 churches in the county of Lamont got broken into in the new year here, so.
Which one around with there? Never heard of that.
The Orthodox priest saying the name, I'm sorry, I didn't write it down. But I know we got Delft Church, we got St. Michael Church, the pink one, and we got Polish Church, 3 in Dave's area. They got broken into in the last little bit, so. Polish people kind of in mind on the border.
I think. They want to be removed, they send a request. Not sure how that works with videos.
We would have to edit it, I guess.
Yep.
We're waiting for Zal to tell us about how many hits.
So it's just. It shows the external view, not anything internal.
That's what I'm told. There were 1,103 hits in the past 12 months on the website. I don't know that that indicates that people reviewed the whole tour. In the past 30 days, there were 140 hits.
That's quick. More so than I would have thought.
One of the concepts was to try to monetize this and perhaps even make it a fundraiser for the churches. So very few of the churches are open, obviously. But if there was one or a couple of churches on any weekend in the summer that were open, people could visit it, see the inside. Obviously, people that take the tours spend money at local businesses. From the towns and villages, my guess.
Well, I think. These are these, and obviously don't have any morals to begin with.
Right.
So where do you want to go with this?
Take it as information, so we get a letter, take correspondence from each one, sets it up, once they request it, you just. And yeah, they can edit the website or edit the videos.
All right.
So just for clarity, receiving it as information means administration takes no action. Unless it's your desire that we poll the churches as to whether or not they want to be removed. This just means that this will be in the public domain, and if we hear from a church, we'll remove them.
Yeah.
If that's your intention, great.
We're gonna accept this information. Aaron?
Make a motion on Lamont County Council to accept the report on church tours as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. And the next one is yours also, Neil, 710, fire and taxes.
I've been getting calls from, when we, did the taxes for, we added to the taxes a percent or two for fire. It was full, it was supposed to be line item is what they were told at the meeting. In when we had the coffee talks and stuff. And they were asking why it's not showing up as like the garbage dump, or the municipal landfill, sorry, and
Scary, that is not that is not what council was told. It was discussed. There was an additional cost to showing that as a separate line item, which I don't remember the specifics of what it cost, but the decision we got was not to reflect that as a specific line, given that this was a one-time addition to the tax levy and that it would carry forward into future years.
Yeah, it was also discussed in the information was put out in the newsletter that was sent out with each of the tax notices as well.
Well, I think the cost is minimal because I think on a $30,000 farm assessment, I think it works out to about $7.52, and on a $250,000 residence, it works out to about $22. So, I mean, it's a minimal cost, and we did talk about separate line items, but I think at the end we decided it wasn't worth the cost to put on a separate line item. Yeah, it wasn't a major item. But essentially what we allocated towards fire building was 1%, so. I guess if somebody has their assessment and they wanna find out exactly what it's costing, they can come in here and we can do the calculation. Or administration could do the calculation.
Very plain.
Good.
That's the information.
Good. Can I make a motion?
Move that the fire tax item be done as information. You have some, written there, it's what you're done. Feedback.
Read that.
Yeah, that the Lamont County Council to accept the report on fire and taxes as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. 7.11, disposal of assets. How long is that gonna take?
Mere moments.
Mere moments?
That clock's fast. That clock's fast.
The disposal of surplus asset policy, somebody shall provide council looking of surplus vehicles and construction equipment prior to these items being disposed of for council's approval. The chief mover is here to advise you with regards to our disposal. Equipment. Otherwise known as apparatus.
Apparatus. Thank you, Mr. Kowski. Before you, I have a request to dispose of 3 Lamont County Emergency Services assets. We're looking to dispose of Unit 5218, which is the 1993 Ford F700 water tanker tender out of currently housed at the Mundair station. It has been replaced with one of the new tenders that has come in. Unit 5224 was a 2001 Freightliner FL60 rescue truck that we removed from service in January. We said that we would ensure that it did not make an operational impact. Removing those 3 rescues, we've sold 2 of them already. This is the 3rd rescue that is now ready to be sold. And Unit 5210 is a 2002 Freightliner FL70 pumper truck as listed in our assets. Again, this is has been replaced by the new engine that council had the opportunity to preview when we met in Chisholm. So this is just following up on replacement assets. You guys have graciously allowed us to purchase some assets. The assets are now here and we're now ready to dispose of the excess or surplus assets.
This, just a question, because I was asked, what shape is that 2002 Freightliner? I don't come and talk to you.
Well, they gotta go and take, where are you disposing of these?
They'll go through Gov Deals, same as we've been doing all of our other assets. Gov Deals, that's an online auction house for them.
They gotta go and look at it themselves, cause if you say something's good and it breaks down the way home, then they gotta look at it themselves.
Do they have a lot of miles or not?
Not a lot of miles, no. Unfortunately, as things stand, they are outside of what is deemed as usable life for our size of service. So that's a 23-year-old truck.
We have followed through on our commitment to offer first right to the towns and villages. As of today,
I have not heard anything about it. Yeah, anything that was a town or village asset before regionalization, our fire service. Yes, our fire service agreement says that they get first right of refusal. So we've notified them that based on a decision made today, those trucks may be available at end of business day today. At this point, no one has shown a serious interest in taking those assets.
Why would they?
Pardon me?
Why would they? Did they have?
I use them for town and water.
Yeah.
Like just.
Regular.
Well, that water truck for a town would be,
Yeah.
last for a long time.
You can send an email when they're gonna get, like, what sale they're going into, so that, they got a couple guys phoned about that yellow single axle.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions or concerns? Okay, I can make a motion that Lamont County Council authorize the sale of the 3 fire apparatus. Essentially unit number 5218, 1993 Ford F700 water tanker. Unit number 5224, 2001 Freightliner FL60 Rescue. And unit number 5210, 2002 Freightliner FL70 pumper truck. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. Thank you. All right, let's recess at 12:05 and we'll reconvene at 12:45.
My phone is open. Camera's on.
All right, welcome back to the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting. We'll reconvene at 12:50 p.m. and we'll move on to item number 8, committee of the whole. So the first thing I need to do is a motion to move the regular meeting to committee of the whole.
Yeah, move the Lamont County Council, move the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting into committee of the whole meeting at 12:51 p.m.
Yeah.
p.m.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Didn't we miss 7:12?
Huh?
Didn't we miss 7:12? No, EIPS?
No, that's correspondence.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, any questions or concerns? All in favor? It's carried 5-0. First item on committee of the whole is the Lamont County address on Google Maps.
Mr. Reed, in the past, folks have indicated that as in China, he's using, geographic positioning satellite tools to find residences within Lamont County. Our GIS officer has studied, found a solution, and Mr. Boyko will brief you on how we're working with Google to address that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Karnowski. So, yes, as Mr. Karnowski noted, Google Maps in particular was not a reliable source previously for finding addresses or any information in Lamont County. So, based on some queries and information from council and delegations, administration had initiated contact with Google to determine the reason for these inconsistency of addresses. And then once obviously the county was verified by Google as a local government, what was discovered was that there wasn't any information that was originally uploaded to them, so they were just using the information that they best thought they had. So we were able to provide Google the accurate information with our proper addresses. And while it does take a little bit of time, Google had let us know just recently that they have completed all of their upload information, and it's now starting to populate on when you do look at Google Maps, whether it's on your phone or on a computer, that our addresses are starting to be correct. And we have verified that some, not all, are uploaded already. But just it was a bit of a feel good piece of information to find out that we're now getting accurate information on all our platforms. So now whether you're using Apple Maps, Bing Maps, or Google Maps, it all has the same information and it's being uploaded and utilized now.
So is this related to our addressing system?
It is, yes, it's related to the addressing, and so they do not have accurate addresses in the house, so.
So was the extra number the issue or a issue?
It was a issue, and some of it was just that locations as well were not correctly mapped as well. So we had our GIS staff had reviewed the information that they had, and was able to correct some of the issues of locations, and then provide what our correct addresses are for all those locations. So I guess it was a little bit of assumption of what it should have been based on the bylaw previously, and that created the inaccuracies. Yeah, so it's that was a good good opportunity to get the accurate information out.
So we had one ratepayer that had issues with their addressing system over the last number of years, both when it came to individual addresses, but more so from the emergency vehicle standpoint in regards to responding. I mean, if you got dispatch in Red Deer and you put in St. Michael sending people to who knows where in Alberta, right? So hopefully this fixes that.
So this will fix that, so. And then, you know, of course, if there is some issues or council members hear of issues that are still out there, then, you know, let us know and we'll be able to correct that. But for the most part, everybody we should be seeing it in the next couple of weeks, it being complete now, so. It does take time for their system to process all the information, but yeah, we are seeing it already applying parts of it.
Any other questions? No, that's great. Good job. I motion to accept the report as information.
County Council.
No.
Oh, yeah, the Lamont County Committee of the Whole accept the report on the address of Google Maps as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Item 8.2, Lamont County Emergency and Services, Great Duty Crew Report.
So the duty crew has been part of our ongoing budget for a number of years. Thought it would be a good time to provide council an update on how the duty crew has performed. Both in terms of peak hour during high risk fire seasons as well as in addressing brush pile inspection. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, so just a quick update of our spring duty crew. We concluded the spring portion of the duty crew on June the 13th. So we staffed duty crew from April 1st to June 13th, Monday to Fridays, which is in 11 weeks of the 16 weeks that were allocated. During that time, crews responded to 31 emergency incidents. Crews also followed up with several large spring wildfires and numerous weekend fires. Following up with landowners and checking for hotspots in the days after the weekends. Crews inspected 227 brush pile sites. So they made contact with the owners, visited the sites, thermal imaging and drone flew all 227 sites. 0 sites required re-inspection this year, and 1 site was inaccessible due to locked gates and no further owner contact. So we had 228 brush pile permits this season, so up about 30 some from 195 last year. So that was part of that. Also, crews were able to do hose testing on 2 of our large station hose complements. So it is a requirement that hose is inspected annually. It's quite time consuming. Every truck has to have all the holes pulled off, and you can only test 2 hoses at a time. So to do a fire truck is a 5 or 6 hour ordeal for each truck plus the station goods. So they were able to get 2 of those stations done. We've used 11 of the 16 weeks, as I mentioned. We used 2 weeks of coverage for long weekends to ensure that we had adequate response resources in the area. And we have 3 weeks remaining if we would require it for the fall season. So again, a successful spring duty crew season. It makes a huge difference to have those people available during the day for these wildfires and the ability to get some required tasks completed during the days. Open to any questions on our duty crew report.
Pretty successful, I guess.
Yeah, it was good. We said that last year we had some sites that we had to revisit last year that were holding temps. This year we didn't have that. We did have some sites that were issues before we had got to them. You can't get to all 227 sites at the same time. And as you guys are well aware, we had those big spring winds this year that caused some flare ups from some existing sites. So we were glad to be able to get to all the sites and ensure that we had extinguishment on all 227 sites.
You not asked, which is not part of it. And once it burnt out, bury them right away?
So
Truck?
some people have turned them over before we even get to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some of them are leaving them sitting there until they get out working into the fields. So it's, we don't demand that they bury them. We actually prefer that they're not buried, because sometimes if they're burying any hot embers or ashes and they have any ability for oxygen, then they will reignite on us as an underground fire. We had one of those last year up in the northwest that we were out for a couple of days at, that ended up being about 30 inches of ash pile that they buried. So it was inaccessible for us. We ended up having to have the landowner bring a cat out to it. So when they're still on the surface, we can tell if they're still burning. Yeah, once you bury them, that thermal imaging is only so effective. Excuse me.
So of those 31 emergency incidents that they responded to, was there a distinct advantage to have a duty crew in regards to the seriousness of those incidents?
Absolutely, it had an impact on some of the motor vehicle collisions that we had. One of them was a fire that was only a mile or so from where the crew was. It's a big difference putting that truck on the road in, a minute or two when duty crew there versus 9 to 16 minutes that it takes to muster a crew in our POC halls. So that's a big difference, putting a truck on the road 14 or 15 minutes faster can have a huge impact on the outcomes.
And with 3 weeks remaining in the program, are we under budget?
As of this point, yeah, we always save for the fall. So last year we did not use a couple of weeks in the fall. We saved them in case we get a dry summer and we need the ability to staff again for the fall. So it's time management, it's pros and cons of how long you keep them in the spring versus how long you hold them for the fall. So we have 3 weeks available, which is a good, like I said, we held 2 weeks last year. We didn't use them last year, so we were under budget with that last year. But we do have the ability to use it for the required.
So how do you pick the staff for this? Because aren't they fully employed, or would they?
We have some shift workers, we have some semi-retired, we have some that work like 2 weeks away and 2 weeks home. So what it is we have a scheduling software that we kick out the schedule to them. They can go in and see what dates work for them. They sign up for it. And then we select the crew based on qualifications and splitting it up. So if you have a day where 4 people signed up and they have the minimum qualifications, then they each get a seat. If you have a day where there's 6 or 8 people that are signed up, we try and spread it out so that it is equitable for everyone. So if somebody signs up for 6 for the summer and somebody signs up for 60, doesn't mean he's getting 60 for the summer. We try and make sure that everybody who signs up gets an opportunity to do it. So yeah, and it was good this year. We filled all 4 seats all 11 weeks. Last year we had a couple where we had some empty seats just because staff wasn't available. This year we filled all seats all 11 weeks.
Any other questions?
Seems like good value for
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, doing that brush pile inspection is super for us, and doing like the hose testing is good to have that ability to have that done as well. And then we have a July, it's not really a long weekend, but we have a weekend crew coming up this weekend for the July holiday, and they're going to continue the other stations hose testing. So we're using them. They're not sitting in the truck waiting for calls. They have a list of tasks to do. So you're right, it's a good use of resources and good use of our funds.
Awesome. Good job.
You very much.
You need a motion to accept this information?
I make a motion that Lamont County Committee of the Whole accept the Lamont County Emergency Services Spring Duty Crew Report as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried by
Thank
0. Item 8.3, sustainable revenue policy.
So Mr. Reed, this matter was also earlier this spring. April 1st, committee of the whole. It's something that in very broad terms mirrored the decisions that the council made related to allocation of surpluses and development of the tax rate. So we wanted to bring it forward, refresh it. Get any further feedback from you, and then that would enable us to bring it forward for approval in August. Go ahead, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Karnowski. So yes, council did discuss this in April. After a discussion with some of the senior leadership team, decided to change the name of it. We had originally called this a significant tax revenue policy, but updated, felt that maybe the name sustainable revenue growth policy maybe a little bit more applicable to what council's discussions have been in the strategic plan and all of the budgets and other strategic work that the council has been doing. So and just as a little bit of the background and rationale for this, that council has identified in the strategic plan the need to increase non-residential assessment, as well as place the economic development at the top of the priority list. There's been some great work done, including the designated industrial zone tax incentive bylaw, as well as the provincial tax incentives that are in the designated industrial zone. So most likely, if there is a significant investment, that economic development estimates that it's going to be about $500 million investment in the community. In discussion with our assessors, most likely that's not going to be fully accessible. So we've estimated that about 50% of the development would be accessible for tax purposes. And of course, that tax incentive rate would apply. So other than the name change, didn't make a lot of, any adjustments to the policy, but we did add on page 189 of the package, a little bit of a graphical representation of how future economic development could affect the financial status of the county. And so what was used in here was a 2% inflation and growth factor for revenue and expenditures. As council is aware, over the last few years, that's been significantly higher. We've seen 3 to 4% growth in various accessible areas, including the non-residential, the tax holiday for oil wells and pipelines was removed in this last year, so there was a significant jump there in non-residential tax. But what this graph shows, I'll just kind of walk through what it is. So the orange, the purple down at the bottom is the fees and charges revenue that were currently collected. And a 2% growth was shown on everything. So it does compound when you're going through that because of that. The blue is the existing residential tax that is collected by the county. And then the orange is the existing non-residential tax collected. And then you'll see the bottom darker green line is what our operating budget would be, excluding requisitions. And then the top lighter green line is both capital and operating. So you'll see right now that while we're covering our operating expenses, we're not completely covering our capital as well for all of the expenses that have and the through taxes. And we've been bleeding down our reserves slowly, and that's been intentional. Council has been aware of that. But it's not a long-term sustainable situation. Now, if an industrial plant comes on, and that's shown by the top light blue bar graph of what would our revenue then be? You see the first one based on a $500 million plant, which of that 250 million would be accessible. We're able to become sustainable with that. And the developers are gonna find that, you know, that they don't wanna see the county just taking that money and not having a plan to do with it. And so that's where the sustainable revenue policy comes in. So if and when this, and the reason why I use current year plus future years is because we don't know when this is gonna happen. But most likely it's gonna take 3 to 4 years before that actually becomes accessible, from the time they announce it to the time that we're able to start collecting taxes. So if we,
Just before you go on, if we were to have put 2 more years before the current year, prior year 1, prior year 2, we would have seen that we were contributing from reserves to sustain operation. So I think it's great how this graph reflects that we have now achieved at some level sustainability on operating. Now the challenge becomes achieving sustainability more fully on capital as well.
yes. So yeah, so that's a great point. It's the council has done some great work to be able to get us to that sustainability position. So if we go to page 190, essentially this is the first, so I'm gonna kind of have you keep your finger on 188 as well. The first part is, you know, getting the operating deficit, and it was estimated that would, you know, up to $2 million was going to be needed, and that may not be quite the full amount. What we would want to see is that orange line, all of that graph, touch that top dark green line on there. And which basically gets us to fully funding operating and capital. After that, we're gonna want to build reserves, and so that's the very top green line, the one that goes straight across and then bumps up. You'll see that we have right now about 27 million in there. So we put 28, because it bumped it up over there. So putting that first bit into that reserve to bump the reserves up to a little slightly higher to build up that 3.5 million. And then if we move to page 191, there's the next progression, which is I call year 2 plus. It's starting to buy down the non-residential rate. And what happens is, of course, the blue section in the top of the bars is going to stay the same. That's that first industrial plant. But we get to buy down the rate of everybody else. So you see in this particular example, we'd be able to buy it down for about 3 years before then it starts to become flat again. So that's what this does is it's showing how this the schedule B on page 181 would be applied. Now, you know, we didn't factor in, you know, another plans coming in. And we did not figure in some of the capital infrastructure, the critical infrastructure that would have to affect that top line. So there's going to be a little bit of movement in there, but just the idea is to see that this isn't going to be something that we can start reducing our tax rate forever. We have to manage it because our costs are going to be continually going up. But we're able to start to slowly buy down. Now, if a second plant can come in, then we'll be able to buy down the rate even more. And eventually we want to be able to, as per our tax incentive policy, we want to be able to buy that rate down where it's matching our neighbors, non-residential. So hopefully we were able to add a little bit more clarity in how this is going to work. But we did want to basically bring the policy back into to council's discussion to see is there anything that that may have been missed? Is there some is council happy with the direction? And so what this policy is going to do, it doesn't hold council to it doesn't tie council's hand, but what it does is it helps administration know when we're preparing budgets for council's review, looking at future tax rates and forecasting that are we, have we captured council's wishes in what's gonna give you going forward? And as well, when we're talking to industrial developers, when they ask our economic development staff or plan development staff, what is council gonna do with taxes? We have some guidance to be able to say, had those discussions, and this is where the council wants to go in the future.
You would see someone like the rail folks that we invested in Lamont County be very interested in seeing the priorities going towards addressing critical infrastructure on page 188. And then as we move forward, coming down the non-resident tax rate, because those are important things for them.
Mm-hmm. And it helps them make that decision when they're taking it up to their investors as well. But they see that the county that they're investing in is also investing in the things that are going to make them successful. So.
I have a question for Councillor Knack and the Deputy Reeve. I'm not sure if the two of you were on council, but wasn't there a plan at one time that if industrial development came here that you shared with it was shared with the Urbans? Kelsey Ready program. Kelsey Ready program. Yes. So was that the only part of that?
Yeah, that just.
Plan was that you're gonna share, I don't know what the percentage was, right?
Yeah, so thing is, it wasn't made clear that before you start sharing, you would recoup some of the costs to getting to that point. So if there was talk about some big industry coming, they had their hands out, like, where are we getting ours without us kind of recoup some of the costs to get to that point, hey, whether it be engineering or consult fees or whatever, so. Okay. Yeah, that was at least 10 years ago.
More than that, I'm in your eight.
Yeah, so,
12 years.
well, yeah, so then we had two people that were kind of the economic development, sort of looking after that. First one was Murray Wade, and the second one was he lives in your, can't think of the name.
I see him is all the meetings, yeah.
Anyway, that was kind of okay.
So a program like this would kind of prevent that, right? Because they're not even listed anywhere in this pyramid.
Exactly. There's a lot of needs that Lamont County has as well, and this helps to communicate to those, the people. If you kind of go back to the story that was written last time, there's always somebody that's gonna have their hand out when they see that there's some significant revenue coming in. That's kind of why we call it sustainable revenue. Lamont County needs to make sure that Lamont County is sustainable before giving it out to other people. And it is the scale on page 188 does slowly, move down away from critical infrastructure to reinvesting into infrastructure, equipment, quality of life. And that quality of life item might be providing that money to, or those resources to our neighboring municipalities.
Buying access to additional recreation opportunities.
Yes. So
we've had this policy in for a couple of years, the LCU ready?
Way back.
Yeah, it was
Hopefully,
2011,
That's all crap.
2012.
I've never heard of it.
No, and I had never either, cause I was just wondering, like, we had a proponent that came in here 2 years ago. And I'll say it, the town was there out there with their hand out before they even had the land bought. They were looking for donations for their park. And they approached them.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't even have a land deal set up complete. So I was just wondering if,
I'm not sure that LC Radio was a policy or contract or agreement or.
It doesn't exist in our policies.
So it was,
It's a test for records management. There you go, where scan. So. When we did our 5-year budget projection and capital plan. I think 5 years down the road, which would be about 2028, 2029, if we don't get any. Significant revenue growth here. Our reserves are gonna steadily diminish. I don't know what level we're gonna diminish them to, but. With the 5-year equipment replacement plan and some of the other projects we got going here.
Yeah.
We are looking at taking down our reserves quite a bit over the next 5 years, right?
Well, absolutely, even with like looking on page 190, if you were to take that original line right there. Just using these numbers, fiscal year 11 would most likely be where. We would be at that point where our reserves would be steadily needed for just to meet the expenses, so. We don't want to get to the position in the county where. We're relying on those reserves are savings for specific projects or rainy days. And so this plan will help us, guide when we're putting those budgets together, those forecasts together. What are we gonna do with that revenue as it comes in?
Council will make judgments annually on what the approved operating budget is, but this equips us to bring something forward consistent with what you have conceived for the short and long term future.
Yes. And really the graphic on the bottom of 180. The goal is to stabilize and position for growth. Doing some focus growth and then reinvesting in the county, so. And that's, of course, everything gets smaller as it goes up, we're still gonna need to. Once those bottom two are taken care of, then it really only becomes the top four of them, addressing the critical infrastructure. What other plans do we have? What we have right now, an offsite plan and a drainage master plan. We don't have a transportation master plan, we don't have a recreation master plan. A services master plan, all of those are become more and more important as to, what are we doing with the money and how are we being responsible and sustainable with the use of those funds as they come in.
So what might be a useful tool for council here, Rodney, is. Like you're quoting if there's a $500,000 investment, but there's no dollar figures attached to it. So. And maybe even if you have to work with. The people at the Heartland, like, say we had $1 billion investment. What would the potential tax revenue be from that?
Right now, our assessors are saying it's most likely gonna be 50% of their capital costs. So that's what would be assessable. So, and then, of course, the tax rate is gonna be dependent on, council at the time, but right now, we're using that I think it's 12%. What the tax incentive bylaw would utilize.
12%.
So, or sorry, 12 mils, not 12%, 12 mils.
20% above the lowest
Yes,
tax rate between
yeah,
our
so right now
member
that's
municipalities.
10, so.
So. A mill rate of $12.5 million is. 6 million.
That sounds about right, yes, so. Yeah, so in looking at the graph, that is about what I used there, so it's 6 months.
Okay. But then we also have the Heartland tax incentive bylaw rate.
Yes.
No, I guess it depends if we would offer that to industry or not when they decided to come here, right? But potentially that could reduce our tax revenue. I think it's down to 20% to what we normally should.
Are you talking about the contributions that we would pay to the Heartland or?
No. I think there's,
Cause there's a petrochemical tax incentive from the province, but that's a provincial one. There's ours, which would buy down to 10% or 20% above the lowest. And then there is, costs that we would have to pay to the Heartland for the economic development part of it, so.
but I think we better check our bylaws because I think there's a heartland tax incentive.
I'll take a look at that as well.
I think there is.
Yeah, so.
And basically, geez, I grew drawing a blank on how that's supposed to work, but. We'd have to check for the bylaw first and see what the mechanics of that bylaw.
Absolutely, we'll take a look at it.
A heartland tax, or was there?
Not a heartland tax, it's. The association, in order to attract industry.
Yeah, see, it's the provincial petrochemical tax. We'll dig into that.
Yes.
We'll dig into that. Directionally, the concept is still sound.
What that policy or bylaw was developed for was to allow industry to pay less tax on the front end to recover a lot of their capital costs sooner.
Yeah, that's our incentive bylaw that does that. There's kind of two phases of that incentive bylaw. The first phase allows them to pay it down, and then the second one is once that expires, then the 20% higher than the 10, then the lowest of the area kicks in. Okay, there's two phases of the Heartland tax incentive bylaws.
Okay, so putting that one aside for now, essentially a $1 billion investment could generate up to $5 or $6 million in tax revenue.
Yes. So.
Okay. But we're probably looking 2029, 2030, even if somebody walked in the door tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to take, if somebody walks into, tomorrow and says, I'm building final investment decision. Probably gonna be a year of engineering, another 18 months of construction. So that's 2.5 years. By the time they start getting it operational, it's probably another year, so 3.5 years. And then we can tax it after that. So we're talking 4 to 5 years down the road before we actually start to be able to collect tax on that. And the tough part about that is that we also have those expenses that we have to incur if that development comes in. Is there new roads that needs to be built? Is it in the offset levy area, and do we have to utilize those offset levy funds to put infrastructure in and of course collect it afterwards? So it's as they come in, there is a lot of draws on county resources, and like Councillor Laura said, there's a lot of hands that go out as soon as something's announced. And we need to be able to say, yes, the hands are coming out, but we have to have a plan for what we're doing with it first.
Well, in the case Councillor Wick was talking about, they were having them replace the race plant and do a bunch of stuff.
Yes.
They weren't even anywhere near
Yeah.
FID, right?
Yes, so that's one layer that is up. Thus, nickname they got.
Yeah, that's what paints a bad brush for everybody as soon as one guy does it like that, right? So.
And offset levies are still only be used for the purpose they were intended at the beginning in the area that they were collected from.
That's correct. So
If it's paving that road, that's what it's for.
Yes, if the bylaw says for upgrading or paving a road, then that's the only thing you can use for it. And the other part of that though is that if that road needs to be paved before we've collected from everybody, we need to bankroll it a little bit until we can collect it from all the developers in the area.
Is any non-residential taxpayer appealing their tax assessment?
Not that I'm aware of yet. Last year, Synovus had appealed their taxes for 2024. That one's still ongoing. It's a fairly lengthy process. As you'll recall that they did appeal their 2022 and 2023, and there was some changes there. There's changes actually both up and down. The big one was moving from building structures to machinery and equipment, which allowed for them to not pay the education tax. But there was some things that were increased in value, but they're also appealing that 2024 again. I haven't heard from any non-residential that are appealing for 2025 as of yet. But the deadline is till the 16th.
Anyway, I did have a question on my taxes and I did provide the information to Mr. Boyko and he had forwarded it to Accurate Assessment. And they gave me a call and it was for vacant commercial for the gravel pit. Since it's been reclaimed, they reduced the taxes on that stuff, so. No need to go to appeal, it was just a phone call and problem was solved, so that worked out well.
Mr. Reed, I was correct in my comment that there is the 12% incentive, which is the provincial petrochemical incentive.
Yes.
Not the heartland, but provincial. And then our incentive addresses the balance of the 2.5%, which takes us to more or less the 14.5% difference between investing in the Gulf Coast and investing in heartland. So ours is the 2.5% of the capital cost. But then we had a secondary calculation of 20%. Higher than the lowest heartland community, which of course is County.
Okay. So it's kind of built all into the same one.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions? So.
So this will, if council is happy with this, we'll be bringing this forward in August for ratification. And of course, if this is between now and then, there's, always more discussion or adjustments that the council can make.
So Mr. Reed, if it's okay with you, I'm suggesting that we adjust the recommendation as the commission presented to say, and direct administration to bring to approval. Totally up to you.
Yeah. It's gonna run out of time here pretty soon.
We thought it would be presumptuous for approval today. I think the bar graph show the intent of how it goes.
Well, and. Sorry,
Lost my goodness.
uh,
I was good to see something else.
council okay with. Proposed policy?
Yeah. Good.
Okay.
We'll take one.
They definitely gotta go see my optometrist. Well, I could have said that.
Okay. Indicate.
We'll leave the Councillor Winkler.
But, committee of the whole accept the report on sustainable revenue policy and direct administration to bring back the policy for approval.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. 8.4, Alberta's new access to information and privacy legislation.
And Mr. Reed, we're on page 192. So you've heard passing reference to this in preparation of the business plan. It was somewhat of a surprise earlier in the day that the reading of information and protection of privacy act was being replaced with the access to information and protection of privacy acts. So at ATI, and POPA, Ms. Benoit will take you through some of the highlights.
The council, yes, the FOID Act has been rescinded. It has been, enacted in 1994 and came into, completed in 1995. So we have been working with FOID Act since 1995. And throughout the years they had been voted by FOID coordinators and by the government that some things are missing, some changes need to be done. So on June 11th, finally, the Access to Information Act and the Protection of Privacy Act replaced the FOID Act. So, and we have already started with new sections for exceptions for council. There are some key differences between the Access to Information Act and the FOID Act, which are, for example, that the electronic records have been defined in the Act. That was not the case previously. Previously, in 1994, we have the standard writing. Now we have electronic records. Sorry, that was also in writing, but through emails or digital devices. Another significant change is that political staff or political records are excluded from the scope of the Act. That refers more to the member of the Executive Council, not so much for our whole public body. And then another definition has been changed, so defining when access to information requests were filed, they had a certain timeline. They still have a certain timeline, but this has been changed now to business days instead of days. So the timeline is significantly longer than it was before. Although the number of days per se hasn't changed. We have a change to the time extensions to requests, where it is now enabled that public bodies and applicants agree on timelines for completing a request. And when a public body is unable to operate in response to emergency or disaster situations, for example, during wildfire. There are certain records that can be requested without filing an access request. We have already previously proactively disclosed information on our website, which the access is free for everybody to look at. The requests by public bodies for personal information from other public bodies has now been defined, and a public body may not make a request to another public body to obtain access to a record. Court records, prosecution records, and records subject to federal public sector legislation. They have been provided exemptions for these kind of documents. And they're specified in the Act. cabinet confidences and legal privilege, those kind of, documents are accepted from the act, and that means they have to be, held in closed session if the council is talking about these legal privileges, like anything that has to do with documents of the lawyer and things like that. Advice to officials has been redefined, it has been added that the head of the public body may refuse to disclose records that could reasonably be expected to reveal advice, proposals, recommendations, analysis, or policy options developed by or for a public body of these kind of documents can be accepted. Workplace investigations is a new thing, and you see that on the sheet that you have on your desk. Workplace investigations are under section 24, they are exempted, so if there are any discussions about these, they need to be held in closed session. Also, what has been added is confidential disclosure and complaints, section 25. Those are internal disclosures and complaints, they have to be also held in session. Another relevant section for council is contained in the Access to Information Act regulation, and I have copied that on page 193 of the agenda. So that regulation defines what can be discussed in closed session, particularly security of the local public body, personal information of an individual, including an employee of a public body, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of property by or for a public body, labor relations and negotiations, employee negotiations, a law enforcement matter litigation or potential litigation, including matters for administrative tribunals affecting the local public body, and the consideration of requests for access to information under the Act if the governing body or committee of the governing body is itself designated as the head of the local public body for the purpose of the Act. And then there are some other requirements by other acts, for example, for Government Act, that for things that cannot be discussed in public. I have added some fact sheets to it. So the new Protection of Privacy Act, this is a new act that separates the access to information requests that we can get from the public with the protection of personal information that we require to conduct our businesses with public. This is now separated, and there's separate education on these two acts. The government also requires from every public body to develop a pricing management program within the next year. So we have 1 year time to develop this. This requires to develop some privacy and protection of personal information policies that we need to develop in the next years to protect or to show that we're protecting personal information of our residents and taxpayers. I think that is so far everything. So we have to bring forward a new policy that will be in August. We have to bring forward a policy on this Access to Information Act, which replaces our point policy. And there will be some more policies coming up in the future that deal with privacy. If you have any information towards this, I will be happy to answer.
So everything is gonna be private pretty soon.
No, for a public body, there's lots of public information that if you look on our website, there's so much information on there. It's hard to find sometimes that because it's so much and you have to sometimes telephone in and ask for help where to find certain public information. Well, We
So
are,
this is gonna make it much easier.
um.
Huh?
We will see. We have to work on it.
Yeah.
And we're hoping that the public will feel safer and will feel more protected, so safer that the. Everybody can also ask that personal information is corrected. People already do that when they write in address changes or something like that. That can be done before there's no need to ask people to fill out a form or something like that. That will stay the same, but there might be other personal information that people would like to have corrected. But we can't do that. That is a fairly informal.
So who besides yourself is gonna be trained on the new act?
So the act, the Access to Information Act, there's access to information coordinator, like I was before, the coordinator before, but now on the Protection of Privacy Act, all employees will have a little training on this, how to handle private information, that's important. And we will conduct that within the next few months.
Imagine we should also run through that with council.
Yeah, I'm certainly do that.
Questions for Christiane? No, their hands are going to be full.
Elections coming.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you first heard about this back in February at one of the law seminars, right?
Yes,
Was it Brownies or?
that was from me,
Brownies,
yeah. In fact, that it has been in the making for quite a long time. Because board coordinator were seeking more clarity on how to handle documents and records.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Okay, I will make a motion that Lamont County Committee of the Whole accept the report on Alberta's new access to information and privacy legislation as information. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. And now I need a motion to revert back to the regular council meeting.
I move the Lamont County Council, Lamont County Committee of the Whole return back to the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting at 1:48.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Hey, we don't have any directors' reports today, so we'll move on to committee reports. Starting with Councilor Naka.
I don't have anything. Of the giant meeting tomorrow. We plan on July 3rd. I don't have it today. Maybe there. Oh, nothing today.
No. Yeah, I got a couple here. Christiane will do a handout here. Is on the Canadian Petrochemical Summit that's held on June 17th to 19th. That was last week, and it was hosted by the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association and took place in Lake Louise. the reason for Lake Louise, normally it's in Kananaskis, but the Heartland got bumped by a minor event called the G7 meetings. Next year, the summit will return to Kananaskis. This year's theme of the summit was navigating global markets. There is a lineup of excellent speakers, and they covered such topics as market dynamics, feedstock outlooks, indigenous engagement and collaboration, export supply chain dynamics, growth opportunities in the chemical sectors, strategic leadership in Canada's petrochemical landscape, and managing trade regulation and risk in an era of global disruption. All the topics, that was the last one that was held on the 19th, and it was presented by Eric Miller, and it was probably the best one. It related to what's happening in the world with our leader to the south of us, and tariff regulations and world wars and everything else that's going on. The information presented was very well worthwhile. I think everybody at the summit enjoyed themselves, and it provided a great opportunity for the participants of the summit to network. There was a couple receptions, well, one reception and one gala on Wednesday night, so everybody could get together and do some networking and stuff. The weeks before, on June 11th, on behalf of the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association, I had the pleasure of touring the Port of Prince Rupert. Joining me on the tour were Mayor Natu and Mayor Frank. Mayor Natu from Sturgeon, Mayor Frank from Strathcona County. Also joining us on the tour was Minister Dreeshen, and he's Transportation and Economic Corridors, and Minister Réjean Soni. She's currently the Minister of Indigenous Relations, and I don't know if Council recalls when she was Minister of Transportation, she sent us away with lunch boxes, which really has never happened before. The objectives of the tour were to showcase the port's capacity and its role in supporting Alberta's value-added exports, deepen our understanding of port industrial synergies and corridor potential, foster collaboration between Alberta and BC governments, industry, and Indigenous leaders, and support economic development advocacy tied to the BC-Alberta Economic Corridor. I arrived on Tuesday. Some of the delegates, including Minister Dreeshen and his chief of staff, who's now very delicate, that's no longer Bielik. What was his first name? Josh. No longer Josh Bielik. They did have the opportunity to go deep sea fishing, and the 5 people on the boat, they each caught a salmon and they each caught a halibut, so they were happy. They were happy about that. On Wednesday morning, they split us up into groups, and in our group was Minister Dreeshen, his chief of staff, Jerry Bellica, David McLean from the Heartland, can't remember his last name, Sean from Pembina Resources, and Brianne Oliver from CN Rail. And they took us on the water, so basically we were able to circle the port, and the port consists of a grain terminal that was built in 1978, I believe, and the money used for that grain terminal was from the Alberta Heritage Fund. They got a loan from the fund, and it's since been repaid. The grain terminal is still operating. There's a container depot there where they accept containers from Asia, sort them, send them across Canada by sea and rail, and Then they also take products from Canada and ship them back to Asia. One of the facilities, they basically take polyethylene, which comes from Dow. It comes in bulk in rail cars. And they have this facility that'll bag the polyethylene. It creates a bag probably in about half a dozen seconds. And then they take the bag product and ship it across the ocean in containers to the Asian market. The other thing that was there is both Pembina and Alberta Gas, they receive propane from Alberta. And this propane is put on ships and shipped across the ocean to countries like Japan, Korea, and in the Southeast Asian market. Great tour. It's Ridley Island. I don't know if anyone's heard of Ridley Island, but basically it's an island, and I'm not sure how the Prince Rupert Port Authority got the ability, but they're able to basically flatten this island. They can take this island, they're flattening it, and where they have to, they're putting rock into the ocean. So they're basically minimizing the ocean, but creating the land footprint. And then they're building port structures out there. And the main one that they're building out there right now is for Alberta Gas, and they're shipping liquefied propane across the Pacific Ocean there. Pembina is doing the same, but at a much smaller scale. And Alberta Gas has a big exploration plan. They had a container there that I couldn't count the steps going up, but I did count them on the way down. 254 steps to get to the top of this facility. Great view from up there. So, and even Minister Sony made it up there and back down again. So that was quite, quite amazing there. So Port of Prince Rupert is pretty much full. There's really not much more expansion there. But Port of Prince Rupert is basically the gateway to Asia for Canada, and it's just a great port. Has lots of capacity, and it's going to continue to grow. And one of the things that, well, I guess the other thing is, it's primarily served by CN Rail. CN Rail is the only railway company up there. One thing that I found out, and that was at the petrochemicals, I did talking to Karen Jensen, is I wasn't aware of it, but I guess way back in the day when CN got their right-of-ways, they got 100-foot right-of-ways. So they do have capabilities in a lot of places of putting 3 tracks instead of 1 track. So that provides opportunity for future expansion. And CN is near capacity at this point, so I think that's part of Minister Dreeshen's mandate, is to develop a corridor from Alberta's industrial heartland to the Port of Prince Rupert. And the Alberta government did provide Port of Prince Rupert with a $250,000 grant to coordinate a study with Alberta's industrial heartland, British Columbia, and the study is to create or improve a corridor to get products from here to there and vice versa kind of a thing. So yeah, it's probably one of the best and most informative tours that I've been on. In the port, they have trucking companies that, I don't know if any of you have been on a cruise or whatever, we see the ports or whatever, moving these containers, you put them on a truck and the truck runs away with the container or whatever. They have a lot of Indigenous involved there. I think the trucking company is Indigenous. Because it's a secluded highway, they're looking at autonomous drivers. So that basically instead of having in-drive trucks, it'll be autonomous. And apparently they have the approval of the BC Transportation to use autonomous drivers. So I'm not sure who developed that, AI technology, but yeah, no, a great place. So if you wanna, doesn't sound like a great place to go, not, the hotel we stayed at was great, but if you wanna go for a holiday, see something different and do some deep sea fishing,
That's where you go.
Port of Prince Rupert may not be a bad idea. So. Anyway, that's my report, so I will, oh, one other thing that maybe I can add is yesterday, the Lamont Healthcare Center held their annual general meeting. Councillor Whitus attended the meeting also. It was good to see Councillor Whitus there. After a general meeting, we did present pictures of the new building facility that we're contemplating on building. We're still struggling in regards to securing the land title for the building. It's supposed to be at land titles, but we haven't seen the formal agreement yet. But I think it's gonna be a great facility and hopefully we can start turning some ground before the end of summer here and get the project on here. So with that, I will move the Canadian Petrochemical Summit report, the Port of Prince Rupert report, and the Lamont Healthcare Center report as information. Any questions? If not, all in favor? Carried by 0. Okay, number 11, correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. We are on page 200. First, we have a letter that came from Municipal Affairs with regards to pre-election disclosures having to do with proposition of Bill 54. It indicates that candidates who have received contributions between January 1st and July 31 of the election year must file a campaign disclosure statement for that period by September 30th of the general election year. I presume there will be another requirement to submit disclosures from August 1st till perhaps October 20th, don't know. Ms. Benoit will include this in her election package so that all candidates will be able to appropriately respond to that.
Do you have it in your new ones? Do you have this in your packages now?
It's in the, it is part of the local elections act. I have to check if that particular part is in the act. I will let you.
It went up 2 months ago, so it won't be in there, right?
That this one will not be. That's
Oh.
correct.
Do we got another package or we expect this part?
I can email it to you.
Oh, I'll have to copy them.
We'll make sure that it gets to everybody who's taking one of that.
Yeah.
Second one, if you go to page 202 first, you'll see that the letter was sent from the Reeve to the Honorable Shannon Sparks. According to her election as her being appointed shadow minister of natural resources. And on page 201, you'll see we received an email from AP Stubbs. Thanking for the whatever. On page 203, you'll see an invitation from the town of Smoky Lake to participate in the parade. We have received direction in the past from council to participate in parades within the region and notices. This information. And then we have a June 12th letter indicating you were all invited to the annual general meeting yesterday. As well as the new building project open house that was held yesterday at the Reed just a little bit, so. Apologies if this didn't get to you directly prior to the meeting. You should have this since it sounds like Councilor Boyce. At least in the. So that's all we have. I don't want to say anything actionable here. Oh, sorry, there's more. Where's the lens? Here then. Item 11.5, we have an email with an attached, announcement of the appointment of Leah Lewis. Director of the outcome of his was effective in October. Also wishes to have a judicial authority. Going to Ms. Lewis. I don't know if there's anything that's.
No idea who the lady is.
Apparently she's been part of the organization for quite some time. Previously served in financial services as business manager, accountant 3, senior accountant, and assistant director.
I would say no.
So just the general receive as information.
Yeah, the only comment I want to make is in the letter we wrote to Shannon, MP Shannon Stubbs, we did request if she would be prepared to visit with council. And they did indicate that they're adding our request to their summer review and coordinate a future opportunity to meet. Okay, motion to accept his information.
Make a motion of the Lamont County Council to accept all correspondence as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Item number 12, events meetings calendar.
We have the calendar, Mr. Reed, on page 207. This council is effectively in hiatus during July. What we have listed is the Village of Chipman Parade on January 1st, with the offices closed, obviously, on the day, on Tuesday. There's an Industrial Heartland event in Calgary during the Stampede. The Town of Lamont Parade on Saturday the 12th. There is the RMA Running for Municipal Office webinar on Friday the 18th. And for the purposes of creating of information on the flip side, you'll see that there are 2 other webinars. One is actually tonight at 7:30 p.m. for anybody who's contemplating running for municipal office to get an initial view, as well as on August 13, the opportunity to participate in the webinar for people who are candidates considering potentially to run for municipal office. Yes, the webinar is called "What Can I Expect When I'm Elected?" And it's got elements of the Munis 101 course, which Council may recall was delivered to council in December.
Any other questions? If not, I will move that Lamont County Council accept council calendar for July 2025 as information. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 0. Okay, moving on to item number 13, closed meeting. I guess I need a motion that Lamont County Council move the meeting in closed session.
Move with the one kind of council move closed session as 2:09.
Are you good with that, or do you want me to read?
discuss the few, item, yeah.
So basically. It'd be to discuss items 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, and 13.4. Any questions or concerns? None, all in favor? Great, that's it.
Okay. We unmute the microphone. Cameras on.
Okay, welcome back to the open session of the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting. Coming out of closed session, we have some resolutions to put forward here. And we will start with item 13.1, the economic development update. I guess we're looking for a motion to accept this information. Deputy Reeve.
Yeah, move that. What number was that? Move, Lamont County Council accept the closed session economic development update as information.
Any questions or concerns? Being none, all in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried 5-0. Regarding the financial matter, I believe we have a motion on the board.
Make a motion of Lamont County Council direct administration to engage with the province of Alberta as discussed during the closed meeting report on the financial matter.
Okay, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. Item 13.3, the enforcement matter. Motion to accept as information.
I move that Lamont. Move that Lamont County Council accept the closed meeting report on the enforcement matter as information.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. And item 13.4, the notification matter. I will make a motion that Lamont County accepts the notification matter as information. All in favor? It's carried 5-0. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting at 3:47. Sorry. 3:41. There.